Okay, that should be me talking at this point. Sorry everybody for that. Sometimes my... So I have a headphone, or sorry, I have a headset, and I have my my standing mic, and they're not on the same audio frequency, so sometimes, for whatever reason, OBS picks up the headset, but not the standing microphone. So, just have to swap the audio inputs there. But yeah, how's everybody doing? Imperial Knowledge, it's good to see you here. Perfect, a Dareloth stream to keep me sane while looking incessantly for mushrooms in every test game for footage is wild. I'm curious to hear what you're doing with all those mushrooms. Yeah, I was just talking really quick while I was running around. I feel like this or last week on the channel was very productive, and I'm happy about that. We got 3 videos finished, which was really nice. 2 of those videos are set to members only, but they will be coming out for everybody in the next couple of weeks. And I'm just trying to get stuff done, so I'm trying to do an Oblivion Remastered review. And I need to finish the Fighters Guild still, and I need to finish the... Well, a couple side quests I need to do. But everything else I've done already. I haven't done Fighters Guild... Or, sorry. I haven't done... I just got off work like 30 minutes ago. I apologize. My brain is a little goofed up. I haven't done the Thieves Guild or the Dark Brotherhood on stream yet. But I played those on my own time. Because this character is much more of a, you know, magic, battle mage type of dude. Hey man, quick question. What's your favorite character from Elder Scrolls lore? Just found your channel a while ago and I'm quite curious. My favorite character in lore? That is a good question. I really like Sotha Sil. That's why I made the Sotha Sil documentary. I thought that he was really cool. I really like Alessia as well. I've been very interested in Alessia, and Riemann recently has been really interesting to me. So I like those characters a lot. The Third Era has just a ton of super cool figures, but same thing with First and Second with like Alessia and Riemann and stuff. So I would like to see... Honestly, like a test game set in First Era or Second Era that's not like ESO, it could be really cool to see at some point if we were ever doing a games that weren't just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for big like open world RPGs. I wouldn't mind seeing like a prequel game at some point set in one of those times. Oh, can you see in the windows? Let's see. Doc Scratch, how's it going? Are we playing Scat Grow Dung? You know what? We could play Scat Grow Dung. We could do that. But I kind of just want to breeze through on this character because I want to go quick. I also need to turn gameplay back onto Adept. I had it set to Novice for footage collection purposes. Athelia is, of course, my favorite character of all time. You made a whole video on her, too. That's true. I do love Athelia. She's my favorite. Since you asked, I'm trying to finish my video on the mushrooms, lichen, and other fungi of Tess universe. It's grown way out of control. I assumed a 10-minute video, but has become possibly my longest. Been working on it for months and lost all my footage a while back. Damn. So trying to get everything back now, but some quests I don't have the brain power and will to do again. Yeah, I understand that. Totally understand that. I had to go replay all of Zedillion earlier, that quest, because I needed footage for my Sheogorath video that will be coming out soon for everybody that's a general viewer instead of a channel member, but like... for channel members, I think most people have a pretty positive review of the Sheogorath video so far. And anyway, I had to go get footage and dialogue from him, so I had to replay all of the Zedillion quest. So I turned my game on Novice and just ran through there. Athelia looks like she'd visit your apartment and steal your lighter on your way out. I could honestly, like... I could do an entire Athelia video again, just made up of funny quotes that I've gotten about Athelia. Like, Athelia's the Daedric Prince of spiced lattes. Something about that one really got me the other day. Caught you live again. Yes, Evian Daedrul. How's it going? I remember your name was generated on a Lord of the Rings generator, if I'm not mistaken. That's where you got it from. I remember we had that discussion. Okay, like for example in Blackmarsh, there is a mushroom with some unique lore, but using a generic model. And the quest has like 3 prereq quests, so I can't bring myself to do it anymore. Oh, in ESO. In Blackmarsh and ESO. How's it going, Morgan? Okay, we are going to get started on... Oh, we actually started the Fighters Guild last time that we were live. I forgot about that. So yeah, Norbert Lels, we're doing this quest. Okay. Cool beans. I also don't know if you guys can see, like, in chat it says top fans. It has, like, a crown next to some names. I was looking into that because that's new. And I think it's just auto-toggled. But I think that's for people that are, like, top chatters. I don't know. And I don't know if it's top chatters in this current chat, or if it's just in, like, any lives that I've done. So... really interesting.
Greetings! Welcome to Lel's Quality Merchandise. We have a wide range of goods to suit your needs.
Why did they give him...
Oh, and perhaps you saw the sign outside? A slight mistake, you know? Bit of bad luck there. So, what can I do for you?
Why did they give him that mustache, dude? Also, I heard about this through the grapevine, that his sign is actually not messed up in this version. Is that true? L-E-L-L-E-S... quality. Yeah. His sign is not...
Look at the muscles on you.
His sign's not messed up, is it? That's a shame. I was wondering what the crown was for. There's a purple crown at the top that currently says 75 XP. No idea if it's mine or yours. I'm not seeing any XP. Also, interestingly, your crown was number 2, and then it just popped up to number 1. So it's like, I think it's trying to incentivize people to chat by giving out crowns. Which is interesting. You guys can, like, fight for first, second, or third place. It's very interesting. It's this chat itself. Yeah, it is. Horrible, unplayable. This game is not canon.
Welcome.
Yeah, it can't be.
Greetings! Welcome to Lel's Quality Merchandise. We have a wide range of goods to suit your needs. Oh, and perhaps you saw the sign outside? A slight mistake, you know? Bit of bad luck there. So, what can I do for you?
Also, the footage loss is my own stupid fault. Had to reinstall Windows, and when I had to make Windows install driver formats, or drivers it formats your USB, but I didn't pay attention, and it used my footage drive by default. Ooh, damn. Dareloth, what the hell? I forgot to tell you. A little bird told me someone is already able to emulate Test Legends server, so we may have the game back in some form relatively soon. Sweet. That's awesome. That means that you and I can get back into some duels with one another. Imperial knowledge. Learned you were a fellow educator / teacher. That's so cool to know. You do have great intonation. It makes sense. Yeah. It would be incorrect to call me a teacher, but I've been working as a parapro. And I've been working in schools, and I've been working with children for most of my life here. Thanks for the vid on Magicka. It was cool. The ESO streams were well worth it. Yeah, the ESO streams were for 2 lines of dialogue. But I think the lines of dialogue, I think they worked out really well. Because I didn't know what I was going to do with them necessarily in that video. But I wound up putting there were 3 lines of dialogue that we got. But I wound up putting that line that we got from the Psijic guy for doing 6 hours worth of Psijic order quests. That was the intro verse for the video, and I think that worked really, really well to set the tone for the video. And then, yeah, and then at the end of the video, I used another ESO quote to kind of close things out. So, I had a very fun time with that Magica video, actually. It was really cool. Okay.
I've lost a great deal of merchandise over the last few months. I keep replacing it, but they keep stealing it. New locks on the doors be damned. They always come at night after I've gone to bed. Maybe a mage transports them inside. You can just stay in the shop overnight. Good luck. I'm going to wait at the flowing bowl until this mess is settled. I know I can trust you to keep the place safe.
How was the sign messed up before? I believe the apostrophe in his name was goofed up or something. It was like L-E-L-L-E apostrophe S. But they actually fixed the apostrophe in this. They made the grammar correct on it.
I would... You too.
I have no idea if it would work online. I was just talking to a guy who keeps closer tabs on that kind of stuff than me, but they have been able to somewhat play the game, possibly just the story mode. I know that there's a guy that's been working on it, so it might be the same guy. I think we can just wait here, because it is nighttime, correct? Oh, it's 5. Okay, it's 5 a.m. Maybe we just wait here until the next night, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 12. That's cool. What got you into schooling interest or opportunity? I got into working in education when I was 17. I was looking for a new job, and I was talking with my friend's girlfriend, and she was working at the YMCA after school care program, and they needed extra people at the time because they just had someone leave. And she was just asking me, because her and I were friends, so she was asking me if I, or I think her and I were talking about just like kids, because I was telling her about me like working with my, or not working with, but like hanging out with my little cousin, who's now 14, which is nuts.
What's the matter?
But she was like, "Oh, if you want a job, you should come work at the Y. They're hiring, and we need somebody for the after-school care program." So I was like, "Okay." I used to go to the Y summer camp when I was a kid, so I was like, "Yeah, sure." So I got a job there when I was 17, and then I worked at the Y for 2 or 3, no, I think 3 years in a row. I wound up working there more than she did. And then after the Y, I transferred to a different city, and I worked at the Y up there during COVID, and that was insane because the
Were you able to take
I'll
care of my
talk to him
problem
really
with
quick, and I'll get
break-ins?
my thoughts together.
You've gotten them? Wonderful. But their names are familiar to me. All of those men have worked for me. Amazing. I even trusted them to open up the shop in the mornings. I can't imagine what turned them to a life of crime.
Okay, that's kind of a cool quest. Anyway, yeah, so I got transferred, worked at this Y during COVID, and that was crazy because the kids could not
What is it now?
be together in the
else.
same groups because we were trying to like limit the amount that COVID would spread to these kids. So and like schools were shut down at this point. So that was kind of my first real introduction to like teaching, I guess, because I was in charge of a kindergarten class of kids, is where they normally put me, which I was like, dog, why you gotta put me with the kindergartners? But I was in charge of them, which again was nuts because because the kindergartners had never been to school before, so their first school experience was at the YMCA in like this basement area where they weren't allowed to like interact with the other kids outside of the kindergarten class. And these kids at the Y were from different school districts within the city that I was working in because they just needed like somewhere to go. So, so these kids from different districts would have different times they would need to get on their Zoom calls with their teachers. So you'd have some kids that were in there that had class at 11, and then you'd have some kids that had classes at like 1, but then you'd have overlap between the classes, so there's like all these kids with headphones on Zoom calls and talking to their teachers, and you're really just trying to keep the peace at that point, not spread germs to anybody. It was a whole... Honestly, that YMCA experience was kind of a nightmare. COVID was such a disaster, man. Yeah, it was. It was terrible. But then from there, I quit the Y, because I was like, this sucks. And then when I graduated college, I was like, well, I think that I could substitute teach. And I went back to my hometown, and I substitute taught in the same school district that, well, I substitute taught in one of the nearby school districts for a while. And then the way that the system works, there's this app called Red Rover, is what we do here in Michigan. And I believe it's used in a lot of other places throughout the country. And basically, like, teachers, if they're sick or something, they can put in on Red Rover that they need a sub. And then it's kind of like first come, first serve freelance work. So you can just take a job. It'll tell you the teacher's name and what grade level they're at and what school they're at. So I was in that system, and then the school district that I went to school at, they asked me for help one day because I was in that system. And I subbed for this one 5th grade teacher for 5 days in a row. And his class really liked me. Because I like working with, like, the older kids because they have more of, like, comprehension skills. And, you know, you can, like, kind of joke around with them a little bit easier. Like, the younger kids are fun, but, like, in a different way, if that makes sense. So, yeah, they liked me so much after 5 days working there that they decided to hire me on full-time as a position called the building sub. And the building sub position is... It doesn't exist anymore in my district, but it was something where... basically, because subs were in such high demand after COVID, because nobody wanted to do it, they had a designated sub at every building in the school district. So that way, if a teacher, you know, let's say a teacher threw up, or I had a teacher whose dog died one day, and they had to leave. So they would have me on deck as the first sub. That way they didn't ever have to look for somebody to do that. And it was even like on days where I wasn't subbing, I would show up to work, and I was just support staff. So I'd go around to classes, I'd help kids with you know, with their homework, I'd push into whatever grade. Well, you had to teach every kind of class. Yes, I had to teach every kind of class. Every single day for 2 years, I woke up and I was prepared to either teach young fives up to 5th grade. And I would even do specials classes. I would do art class, gym class. Because honestly, I am a pretty well-rounded person in terms of my education, I think. Like, I never, like, have failed a class in my life. I enjoy learning about all different types of things. So I think it was a good job for me.
Welcome, friend.
Because I was able to teach any of that kind of stuff at a given moment, at a moment's notice. So, yeah, then last summer that position got eliminated, so they offered to invite me back as a parapro because I'm technically not... Like, my degree is in history and philosophy, it's not in education. So I don't actually have proper teaching certificates to, like, get a proper education job there. A lot of the teachers want me to. One of the, like, the art teacher is going to retire soon, and she keeps telling me that I should go back and get my master's to replace her as the art teacher. But, you know, that's kind of a lot of money. So, I don't know. And it's kind of a big commitment. But yeah, anyway, so I've been a parapro for the past year. So that's my education journey. Sorry to yap for so long about that. But get the school to pay for it. I have thought about asking. But the district that I work for, like, they're a top 500 school, I think, in the US. And, like, they like to spend their money, for the most part, on football program here. They don't necessarily like to spend it on... you know, stuff that makes sense. So I don't know if they'd be willing to pay for it, but maybe. That's cool. The YMCA does a lot more than people think. In the UK, they run a lot of places that help the homeless and young people, normally both categories at the same time. Yeah, and I mean, so, like, not to get religious on anybody or anything, but, like, I guess the opposite. I'm not a religious person, but I work at the YMCA, right? It's not like you go in, you have to take a religion test or something like that. Like, they just want people there that'll help. Now, like, their motto is, like, instilling Christian values and whatever, but it's really not, like, I don't know. Most people that work at the Y, I think, just have a good time working there. It's not really that, like, people tend to think that it's like a religious organization or something, and it is, but, like, it's also not at the same time, you know? Anyway, have you taught high school as well? Actually, there's a funny story about, I taught high school once. I decided to sub for high school because I always thought that that I would be a good high school teacher. I always was like, yeah, I should teach a history class or something like that. Or like a philosophy class or whatever. Like, I like the idea of teaching high schoolers because I had very good teachers in high school. And so I subbed one day for a math class. It was advanced math for, like, the seniors that were in, like, an advanced math class. And that's, like, math is probably... I like math, but I like algebra. And these guys were doing, like, calculus. So I was already out of my element. But I was like, it's a half day. I'll come in. Well, it was actually a half day because it was the day before winter break. So I subbed at this class with these kids, and they just had to, like, finish a math packet that their teacher had provided them. And I mean, they, you know, again, it was the day before winter break, so they were just kind of crazy. And all of the kids in the classroom, like, I'm 6 feet tall. I swear to God, every boy in that classroom was taller than me. It was legitimately scary. They were coming up to me and they were like, hey, do you mind if I use the bathroom? And I was like, yeah, dude, you look like you're older than me. Go ahead. Don't give me a swirly or take my lunch money. So, oh, and then because it's a small town that I come from, I actually knew a lot of the kids in the class. Like, I was reading through some of the names and I was like, oh, you're Nick's sister? And they were like, they're like, yeah, I'm Nick's sister. And I'm like, okay. There were a couple co-workers of mine that were in that class because I also worked at a restaurant during that time. And the woman who owned the restaurant, she hired so many high schoolers. So 2 of my co-workers were in that class. It was weird. It was a very weird time. Once again, making me wonder if I should have just gotten my teaching degree during college, but I wanted to get my English degree done. Didn't want to teach, but now I wonder. Teaching is very fun. You just have to have students that want to be taught. So you were the guy that was there when the oh shit moment came and they needed someone now? Yeah. I actually have an interesting story about another time that I got... recent time, actually, that I got called in. Because even though this year I was a parapro, I was still signed up to sub. So they would swap me in to sub every once in a while. And, well, I'll tell that story if it comes up again. But I'll catch up on chat. I think it's fine to not fully share their values as long as you're doing the right thing for the right reason. Exactly, yeah. And so, like, I've never had a problem with the Y. I mean, we don't, again, need to get into, like, a religious debate on stream, but I'm not religious, and I work there, and I think they do good work. Hey Dareloth, hope you're well. Loved the Magicka video. Yeah, thank you. I had a very good time making that video. I don't know if I'd say that it's the favorite one that I've made, but I do really like it. It's alright, Dareloth, you're just on your way to mantling Germa 985. Make sure to get kids' attention, walk into the room, and just make random high-pitched noises. I wish I could recreate those noises that Germa makes. It's got to be a conflict of interest. Maybe. I'm an English teacher, used to teach high school last year, now I teach primary. I hated high school, and I had also thought older learners would be better for me. Now thriving in primary, highly recommend. Well, I work in primary education right now, so I work in an elementary school. But the one thing that I will say from doing... I mean, I've basically worked 2 full years of teaching 5th through young 5s. And in doing that, what I've learned with primary is that, like, these kids, if you have a really annoying kid in your classroom, and that might sound like a mean thing to say, but some kids are annoying. I mean, some kids are like, it's tough to be with them for a long time. If you have an annoying kid, you are stuck with them for 8 hours of the day. There are 7 hours because they go to lunch, and I guess maybe 6 because they go to gym or whatever. But man, it's like 6 straight hours of the same kid in your ear being disrespectful or whatever. And when I subbed at middle school levels, I actually liked it a lot more because the kids not only had actual work to do that they would get invested in, but they, if they were bothering me, they were gone in 45 minutes, so it wasn't the end of the world. Okay, let's continue on with the Fighter's Guild real quick.
You here looking for work, meat? Maybe you want a contract? I suppose I've got something for you. We need a weapons shipment delivered to Desolate Mine. That's your job. I'm sorry. Move your ass, boot.
Oh, the Desolate Mine. There we go. How did you find your age/generation? I worry they would try and push the student/teacher roles. How did you find working with people Oh, I do not work with anybody close to my age or generation. At the summer camp I work at right now, everybody's about 5 years younger than me or 5 years older than me, so I'm kind of like right in the middle. And all the teachers at the school that I work with, I mean, the closest teacher to me is 2 years older than me. But most everybody else is in their 40s and up at the school that I work at, so we got a handful of teachers that are like in their 30s, but it's very interesting, like, it's very interesting working with a diverse group of people like that. Maybe not become an art teacher. Failing people in art has not had the best effect on world history. True. That's why you just pass every school. Honestly, like, my art teacher that I had in elementary school, one of the sweetest women of all time. Like, she was teaching me when she was like 22, and she still works in the district, and I've had opportunities to talk with her now that I'm working in the district, and, like, she's so great.
You must be the...
I love her.
You've made it, and just in time. We've got trouble with goblins here. I'll take the bow. You give the weapons to my other 2 men.
There are a lot of kids that
You're
are...
the one with the...
Like, here's the thing with literacy in schools these days, is that, at least in the United States, literacy is not pushed in elementary schools, in at least my state. From what I understand, again, I've heard this from other teachers and stuff, but I guess, like, correct spelling is not as pushed as you would imagine that it is. Like, when we were kids, I feel like the spelling was a huge part of elementary school, and it's just not as much anymore. It's more about, like, getting the work done for some of these kids. Like, COVID really did screw up a lot of how education has worked in this country, I think.
Good. I need a weapon. I'm looking forward to bashing some skulls in.
I love this puzzle, this Bethesda puzzle, where he's like, I'm looking forward to bashing some heads in, and you can give him the sword or the hammer. It's like, oh, this is a tough choice.
A hammer. Excellent. good for bashing in puny goblin skulls.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good. I've got this hammer. Okay.
Give those... Good day.
Ah, you've got the weapons. Let's talk about that. Excellent. A blade.
Ooh, this guy's beard looks like dirt.
I'm waiting.
The grade level requirements are all the same. Students today are smarter than they've ever been. Yeah, I think that, like, just at an elementary level, things are weird now. Because they don't do homework anymore in Michigan. They just straight up don't do homework. They don't teach typing anymore either. Like, when I was a kid, they taught... they did typing classes. We had, like, big, you know, block computers, and we would go in... and we would, like, put our hands on the home row. It was a whole thing. Like, we'd go down there once a week, and we'd practice typing. And what happens now is every student in the district that I work in has a laptop. So... So they're given laptops when they're in kindergarten, or I guess they swapped it to iPads this year. But they're given laptops at a very young age, and then they're not taught how to properly type on it. And because everything's going digital, it's a problem because these kids don't know how to type. Their handwriting is horrible.
Am I supposed to be impressed?
Because of it, because they're not getting enough practice actually doing handwriting, which then leads to fine motor skills as well, because some people would immediately dismiss that and be like, well, it's just handwriting, most things are typed anyway now, which is fair, but also, again, that leads directly into fine motor skills, where you'd be surprised at the amount of kids that don't know how to hold a pair of scissors. Like, it is insane. It's absolutely insane. So, yeah, and like you see 5th graders like pecking on their keyboards half the time. So, I don't know. I'm not in charge, but I would definitely change a couple of things. Like just having a oh wow, I'm dead. Just having a couple days to teach the kids how to properly put their hands on a keyboard, you know? AI is a huge problem in college, too. As a college student, I'm so perplexed on why people wouldn't try at least actually gain the skills they're studying. Yeah, that was a big thing for me in college. Like, I think I was the best student I've ever been when I was in college, because I was like, oh, I'm paying for these classes now. I'm paying for this education. Like, I took Spanish when I was in college, and I was like, I was really into it. I thought it was very cool. I feel like I learned a decent bit about it. I get it, you need money to live, but do people have no personal aspirations? Some people go to college just to, you know, just because people told them to. It's kind of why I went to college at first. That's why my degree is in history and philosophy. It's like my mom basically said, you're going to college. I was like, okay. I'm going to study stuff that I find interesting, but I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Which led me to substitute teaching, which, like, you know, it's not really a career path. Honestly. So, I'm still figuring it out, though. But I got lucky with the building sub position. It worked out very well for me. I met a lot of good people, made a lot of connections. So, I'm thankful for where I'm at. But to get back on the AI thing, this kid today, he's in middle school. I hadn't seen him in years. I was very, like, when I saw him today, I gave him a big ol' hug. Because I've known this kid since he was in kindergarten, and he's 13 now, which is wild. But yeah, so I was talking with him, and he was telling me about this story that he wrote, which was super cool because I used to, like, I would draw with the kids all the time, and I would do, you know, like, I have my own personal fantasy universe that I've been working on for a while. I showed him parts of it because he was interested in it. Like, he's always been kind of a creative kid with a lot of creative energy. And then he was talking to me today about a story that he wrote, and I was like, oh, cool, dude, tell me more. And he was like, yeah, you know, I threw it into ChatGPT because I wanted some help with, like, getting some of the story stuff nailed down. And I was like, ooh. I was like, you know, I was like, AI is a tool that can be helpful, but you really should be writing, like, if you have a story that you want to tell, you should be telling that yourself. You shouldn't throw that into an AI. Yeah, so you didn't really write it. Exactly. And I didn't want to discourage him, because he thought that the story was really cool, and he was like, no, I plugged in all the, like, details and stuff, and then I'm not good at writing stories, so I had ChatGPT, you know, fix it up for me. And I was like,
Well,
Aiden,
they're all taking...
you're not gonna get better at it if you never try, you know?
Looks like we got them all.
So, yeah, ChatGPT
Good
is... I've used it like a couple times to just help me comprehend stuff, but never to, like, create stuff for me. I remember when, like, the image generation for OpenAI first came out, I thought it was really funny, because it was shitty a couple years ago. And it was funny to make, like, shitty images with OpenAI. But man, it is way out of control, I think, personally. AI is good for editing or catching obvious mistakes. AI is a tool that can have useful applications. I will never deny that AI can't be useful. I just think that, like, in terms of creation, I don't feel comfortable using AI. Like, when I used AI for 2 videos, and then I stopped, because I thought the idea for using AI for the videos was cool. I used AI in my Mana Marco video to have dialogue that was said to have been written by Mana Marco actually said by Mana Marco. So I took Mana Marco's voice.
Without fear.
I took Mana Marco's voice from ESO. I synthesized a new voice from it, and then I had that new Mana Marco voice read the dialogue from Mana Marco in When the Dragon Breaks, or Where Were You When the Dragon Broke. And then I also did the same thing with Master Grakog. Ulaseta Grakog is a character in the Black Arts on Trial, but it's also a character that they reverse added into ESO. It's a female orc on the Sijic Isle of Artaeum. And so I got her to read a line, and then I got Lyris Titanborn to read a line from a book that she said, that she was said to have written. But yeah, so I used it for that video, and then I used it for one line in my Mirak video, and I haven't used it again since then, because I don't know, it just, like, I liked the idea at the time of doing it, but it just does feel disrespectful to the original voice actors. Like, I wasn't really considering them when I was doing that. I was thinking of them as characters and not as the voice actors, and that's kind of the issue there. Even my coworkers are using ChatGPT for teaching seminars. It was kind of crazy. Yeah, I've heard a lot of teachers are using ChatGPT. My principal of the school that I work at told me that she was using ChatGPT to write emails. I was like, damn, girl. Why are you the principal? We have a similar problem in the UK. In the 90s, they pushed uni on everyone to the determinant of the trades, and now there's too many grads. It means nothing, and the trades cry out for people. Yeah, trades are in high demand here for some of them. AI is a tool that should be used. To not use it would be a waste. As for outsourcing all of your work to it, no. Yeah. For older kids, but when you're like 9, having enough time to sleep early and play outside is a lot more important. Yeah. I don't hate AI, I just hate how reliant we become on AI and how much it's shoved down our throats by tech companies. I think that AI it's a slippery slope. Funny thing is, I have a buddy who works in TV, and he says that he says that the use of AI on social media and slop fake stuff makes it so that people go back to watching TV. Oh, medium previously in decline. I mean, that's good. It's interesting. As a person who is friends with artists, it's so damn infuriating seeing AI bros seriously not being able to see a devaluing between something handcrafted with thoughts in mind. Yeah, like Shadiversity. It's truly asking the robots to fetch your slippers from 3 feet away level of laziness. Yeah. Writing emails is so easy, I just don't get people at all. I know. Yep. For stuff like math, AI works really well at both ends of the spectrum of simplicity, but not in the middle. If a problem is really simple and is easy to solve, it has a lot of correct sources to pull. If the problem is super complex, then it's possible that the model has been trained on just that one problem. There's only one specific example of this problem in a training set. Yeah. Yeah. No, AI is again, it's a slippery slope. I think a lot of people just don't know how it works. They just think it's like a magic way to get the answer to anything. It's like a smart guy in their computer, which is kind of how Google was. Gotta go. Need to be up in 7 hours. See you later, cowboy. Peace out.
I'm sorry. You're not
Good
yet
seeing
ready
you,
for a
Imperial
promotion.
Okay.
Well,
Contract is over.
you've got duties to attend to. First, though, you're ready for advancement. Looks like it's time for a promotion. You're needed in Coral.
Okay. I mean,
Bye.
the biggest determiner for what art is and what art has always been defined as, or not always, but for a very long time, is why am I going backwards? My game is making me go backwards. This is what happens when I press W.
Yes.
And now when I let go of W, we're perpetually going backwards. Will this stop if I can get over to this door? Like, quickly turn around. Oh, it's nighttime. Okay. Oh, okay, it stopped. That was very weird. My opinion of AI is that we were fine without it, and any benefits it provides are not worth the costs. Yeah, sucks away drinking water. Yeah. AI is definitely not, it's not necessary. I feel very similar on that. Like, it's totally not necessary. Okay, we'll wait a little bit. Lo-fi Oblivion beats to bash AI bros too. Yup. I need to recreate my lo-fi profit beats video. Because it really wasn't that lo-fi. The volume mixing was bad, but I want to do that again because I thought that was funny.
Please, join me.
It is a privilege.
The Chestnut Handy Stables now offers to protect your horse. Seems handy enough.
Greetings. I see you've been keeping yourself busy. This is good. I believe it's time for you to perform some duties for your guild. We are a brotherhood, a family. What affects one of us affects us all. Fighting, drunkenness, dereliction of duty are not tolerated. I would like you to speak with Modron Orion. He will assign you any duties that are currently pending. Good luck to you.
Modron Orion is my main man. High elf liker. Hello. If that's my title, so be it.
It's so good to meet you.
Have you ever bought a horse from Bongon?
I bought a fine mare from him once. A fine. What do you want? I suppose you've come looking for duties, huh?
Will you ever do a stream on Morrowind? I did a stream on Morrowind, actually. So I did take somebody's advice from chat the other day. And I swapped all my live streams to being unlisted because I feel like they just sort of clutter up my page. So if you go to this link here, Dareloth.com/ or not Dareloth.com. Guys, sorry, I just got off of work. I'm so tired. Like, my brain is not working very well, and I'm talking very slowly, so I apologize. But at the Dareloth /playlists to see all my playlists. You'll see the live streams playlist, and that has a, believe it or not, playlist of every live stream that we've done on the channel. So we have a Morrowind live stream. I did an OG Oblivion playthrough a couple months ago. Skyrim was the first game that we did a stream on, and some ESO stuff, a lot of Legends stuff back when that was around, so yeah. You can just have them posted in the live tab instead of uploads, right? Yeah, but they show up in search results, I'm pretty sure. I just don't want it to, like, pollute the search results for when someone searches for Dareloth. I don't want it to be like the Morrowind live stream is the thing they see. I want the lore videos to be pushed in the algorithm. So that's why I have them as unlisted. And that's why I unlisted the Legends videos as well, because just people aren't as interested in them. Unfortunately. I'm going to go really quick and grab a quick drink. I'm going to get some water because I'm tired, and then I will be back. Okay, I'm back. Wow, 9 people left. Crazy. Okay, missing daughter.
Sidnius is worried sick about her daughter, Dharma. If you think you can help, you'll find her at her shop, Northern Goods and Trade. You too.
How fair?
What do you want? Duties for you. Fine. I'll speak slowly so you can keep up. I want you to contact Maglir.
Oh yes, Maglir. The last time I played this quest, honestly, I must have been like 18 or 19 or something. Like I haven't played through the Fighters Guild in a while. So yeah, I'm curious to see Maglir.
He's one of your Fighters Guild brothers, but he's defaulted on a contract. We can't allow that. Makes us all look bad. He didn't finish out a contract in Skingrad. Suppose I shouldn't be surprised. He's raw like you. Go and find out what's wrong with him.
It's a great quest. Yeah, I love the Fighters Guild. I just haven't, I don't know, I haven't like played through the quest line in a while. The last live stream that we did of Oblivion, we did a stealth playthrough, which is why this time I wanted to swap things up with a battle mage playthrough. So we did Thieves Guild and Dark Brotherhood last time, which meant that I didn't do Fighters Guild. And then just before that, like I remember my last character was a battle mage, and maybe I did Fighters Guild on that, but it's been a while. When are we getting the Enderal and Tainted Grail streams, Dareloth? I don't know. I have Enderal installed because someone told me to install it, but I haven't touched it yet. So maybe eventually when I have something I want to do with them. Here's the thing that I was saying on my last stream as well. I want to hire an editor because I have so many live streams. I have like 70 live streams backed up. And
Good afternoon.
I just don't have the time to edit all of that. I started doing some editing on my Dagothur live stream.
Issues, that's for sure.
And
personally, I just steer clear of him.
And yeah, it's just so much time, guys. Like if I'm gonna be doing lore videos and gameplay videos, I absolutely need an editor to like help me run the gameplay channel, because I like doing these live streams for like the purposes of doing like connecting with community and stuff. They're very fun, and I also usually have a purpose when I'm doing them. Like, this is so that way I can write the Oblivion Remastered review, right? I try to do some sort of, like, tie-in to whatever we're doing when I'm doing a live stream.
This is a grand day. Greetings.
So I don't know if I would just stream Enderall just to play it. But maybe.
What? What is it? Brother? They send you to find me?
I'm so glad they didn't change Magler's voice.
I'm Maglir. What do you want? Defaulted? I suppose so. I'm not paid enough to do the job. I was supposed to find Brennus Astus's journal. That was my job. They said it was in Fallen Rock Cave. You ever been in there? Didn't think so. I'm not going back. Not for that kind of money. If you care that much, you go find it. The contract's yours. It's not worth it for what the guild is paying. I've got a family to think about. Whatever.
Frostbreak told you to install them, didn't he? I want to say it was just it was someone in chat, but Frostbreak may have pushed me in that direction. Something that may interest you in Enderall's World Vin also has games which are mods for Oblivion and Morrowind too. Oh, cool. I love the person who did all the elf voices. Yeah, me too. It does piss me off that they removed him from some of the roles. Thaden is genuinely terrible in this game. Like, and he was one of my favorite characters in base game Oblivion. I don't know if it's just me, but I got no visuals, so I'm gonna leave and come back. Oh. I hope that's not happening to everybody. Dude, it's just a rat in here, Maglir. Okay, it is a dread zombie. I think YouTube has been having some issues with live streams. You know what's like... What's weird for me whenever I watch Twitch is I feel like I have to be... I don't know, I always feel like my app is outdated or something, because I get the glitchiest Twitch streams whenever I watch. They're like unwatchable half the time, like the connection is so terrible. Which is part of the reason I don't really watch on Twitch ever. Always found Maglir to be a whiner. Like, at times are tough, but to throw yourself to the ethnically questionable Blackwood Company is stupid? Yeah. The app is outdated, but it's not your fault. Okay. I'm on mobile and YouTube streams are the best. Yeah, I watch YouTube streams rather than Twitch. Twitch on mobile is pure cancer. Okay. I didn't know that was like a prevailing opinion, but yeah, it's terrible for me every time I watch. Is that 2 nether liches? Oh my god. Okay, maybe Maglir had a point. I should be drinking stamina potions too. Yeah, we'll do alphabetical. Potion of restore fatigue. I'm glad they made power attacks like an essential part of the gameplay. Dude, what is with the Fighters Guild and trying to crush me with rocks? Not cool. Oh, are we stuck in here? No, we can get through. Surely we can get through. There we go. I don't have a healing spell. Okay, I think it's down here, but maybe I'm... No, I'm wrong. Damn. I hate when I'm wrong. Rocks fall, Dareloth dies. Yep. It's a tale as old as time. I'll tell you what, though. I would like to stream games more regularly. Like, have a date set aside that's like, this is the stream day. And then not just do, like, Elder Scrolls stuff. I would like to try out other stuff like Enderall or, like, do playthroughs on games. Like, I was talking in the Discord server the other day about doing an Assassin's Creed playthrough. And actually with that, I would like to do a video on Assassin's Creed at some point, because it really, like... Assassin's Creed was one of those series that I was very into when I was a boy. A lot like Elder Scrolls, to an extent. And so I feel like I do have some stuff to say about at least those first couple Assassin's Creed games. So that is something that I'm interested in doing. Okay, so what am I missing here? Oh, okay, this journal. Yeah, it doesn't look that interesting. We'll take it. I'd love to see you try your hand at Enderall. Or Underrail? I petition that in order to counter the Blackwood Company's hist-sap production capabilities, we start producing and storing gallons of skooma as the Fighters Guild leader. Vote Doc. The lore and setting of Ass Creed was so promising for so long. Yeah. That's why specifically when I asked people if, like, they'd want to see me stream them, I said the first 5 games in the series, because I think that the games really, like, lore-wise, I think they fall off after 3. Do we go back to Maglier? Or we go to... Oh, we can go to Maglier, or we can go to Modron. Yeah, we're gonna go to Modron. You should play Assassin's Creed and stop at the RPGs. Maybe. I have played all of the Assassin's Creed games up to AC Odyssey. So that's like another series. Like, I don't want Dareloth to just be Elder Scrolls. Like, obviously that is my main focus, right? Because it's the series that I just know the most about.
A sincere welcome.
But I would like to make some videos. Like, I've made a couple Pillars videos. I've made a couple FromSoft videos. Like, I would like to do more videos in the fantasy kind of sphere. And I would say that Assassin's Creed is like... Assassin's Creed is kind of like sci-fi, fantasy, realistic history. I don't know. It feels like in my wheelhouse still on this channel. I think some people would find it interesting.
Why are you talking to me? Shouldn't you be finding Maglier? So, I assume you've dealt with Maglier. Tell me about why he defaulted on his contract.
Are you going to play chronologically? I'd love a Black Flag playthrough as well. The thing that I don't like about Black Flag is I don't like it as an Assassin's Creed game. I think it's a very good pirate game. Like, probably the best pirate game ever made. And the sailing is phenomenal. The gameplay is super fun of Black Flag. I feel like when I talk, like, shit about Black Flag as an Assassin's Creed game, I get a little bit of pushback, though. But, like, for instance, Edward Kenway doesn't become an assassin until I think sequence 13 or 14. And I'm like, I liked learning stuff about the Brotherhood and whatnot. So that's kind of what I mean when I say that, like, the lore falls off a bit after AC3. Is also like the future storyline doesn't really feel like it's going anywhere super substantial. Like, from AC1 to AC3, there was a consistent storyline with Desmond Miles, and then it sort of fell off. But I would like to play Black Flag again. It has been years.
You've got the journal. Good. So, what happened in Skindrive? You did it? I'll be talking to Maglir soon. I don't need one wet ear covering for another. Still, the job got done. Here's the reward. Back for more work, are you? Good. Some of our boys are causing trouble in Leowin. Looks bad for the guild. Some of your brothers have been getting rowdy at the local tavern. I've got no problem with cutting loose, but I don't like it when we all look bad. You're looking for Relian, Vantus Prelius, and Dubak Groshok. I haven't had any trouble with them before, so find out what's going on.
So Wizards 101 lore video is an April Fool's joke. Honestly, pocket that idea. I'm going to pocket that idea right now. That's really funny.
Sincere welcome to...
I always, like, Wizards 101 had those commercials that were like, talk to your parents about installing. So I was always like... I was always nervous. I always thought my mom and dad wouldn't let me play Wizards 101, so I never did. It's one of my biggest regrets in life. Black Flag is a great Pirates game. I'd watch Dareloth stream it just to piratical things. Yeah, I mean, I'd be down to play Black Flag again. I know nothing about Ass Creed. I only know Black Flag because Pirates. They succeeded in making the best pirate game for real, for real. Yeah, they did. It's really good.
What are you looking at? Keep pouring drinks.
These guys are assholes.
Certainly. I'll get you something. No trouble here. No nothing here. No fun, no work, nothing. Blackwood Company's got all the work. There's nothing left for us, except for drinking. Haven't you heard of them? Former soldiers sent down into the swamps to take some territory back from the lizards. Talk to Vantus. Shove off.
Mind your damn... It's not wise to interrupt us in the middle of our discussion. Please, go on. I spit on them. Mercenaries sent by the Emperor to reclaim territory in Black Marsh. When they failed, they came back and set up shop. They've been undercutting us on contracts ever since, and they've no qualms about accepting jobs no guild member would be caught dead doing.
British Ronin, have you ever tried any of the Remedyverse games, especially Alan Wake / Control? Now that has some good deep lore and writing. Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite series of all time. Control, I was a huge Control fan when that game came out, and then I went back and played Alan Wake because of Control, and then I played Alan Wake 2 when it came out, and Alan Wake 2 is one of my favorite games ever. It is super fun. I think the biggest thing holding Alan Wake 2 back is that it's on the Epic Game Store, so nobody played it. But we actually did, on my second channel, which I have gameplay uploads on, I have my Remedy streams there. So we streamed Alan Wake 1, we streamed Control, and then I streamed Alan Wake 2 on there, because I was wanting to replay them for the Alan Wake DLC. The Alan Wake 2 DLC. So I do have live streams of those on a backlog.
A brilliant idea. Orion only sends his best these days. Tell you what, you go find us some paying work and we'll happily go about it. Much obliged, my friend.
Okay, I think we need to go to the Mages
All of
Guild
you
here.
out. Your Fighters Guild. Jobs for the Fighters Guild. Try Margart. If she's not at home or at the Five Claws, she's probably out looking for alchemical ingredients. Make them leave now.
Okay. But yeah, I love the Remedy games. Sam Lake is insane. He's an insane person. Arno was literally kicked out of the Brotherhood. He was an awful assassin. Bellic was in the right. Why on earth would the Brotherhood work together with the Templars? They have diametrically opposed worldviews. I have to replay Unity, honestly. I don't really remember. Arno really is, I mean, he's just like a simp release. The whole game is what I remember. What was everybody's first video game? Mine was a tie for Tomb Raider Legend and Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, both on the GameCube. Did you forget that consoles exist? No. I did not. Did I say anything alluding to that?
You're not supposed to be in here.
There you are.
Did you really face down Mehrunes Dagon himself? They say he stood 200 feet high and crushed the temple dome with his fist. I suppose I've got something I could use the guild's help with. I need ogre teeth and minotaur horn for my alchemy experiments. They're tough to get, but I prefer fresh, and I'll pay well. And I just don't trust those Blackwood Company folks to find them. Well, I'm not sure about you either. Tell you what, if you bring me back 5 portions of ectoplasm, I'll give my business to the guild.
Sure. Nobody played Alan Wake 2. Oh, okay, I see what you meant. Yeah, no, it sounded way sassier than I meant. Yeah, no problem. I just genuinely had no idea what you were talking about. So, like, that... Did you forget that consoles exist? I was like, what? I genuinely had no idea what that was connected to. So, no, you're right. I guess people did play it on consoles. Problem with consoles was Alan Wake 2 didn't have a physical release either, which limited its sales. Yeah, I remember about that.
Well, tell your...
Okay, I guess I already had that shit on me. That's great. Went back through Quantum Break, which is for legal reasons not a part of the Remedyverse, but still a great game. Definitely a coincidence that Tim Breaker and Jack Joyce are both Sean Ashmore or Beth Wilder, and Jesse Faden are Courtney Hope. Yeah. No, it's very cool. Yeah, I remember, like, when I saw Tim Breaker, I was like, this guy looks so familiar.
I've told you what we need. Find ingredients from our guard, huh? Works for me. I'll let the other men know. Appreciate your help, friend. And Orion should be happy.
Oh, Lance Riddick, who played Martin Hatch, was originally meant to portray Roland Dorr. That's cool, too. Roland Dorr also is hinted at in Control, which I, like, didn't realize until I was replaying it and talking with Dylan Faden, but, like, it's very cool. Because, like, if you listen to Sam Lake talk about Alan Wake 2, he said that it went through so many different rewrites. And Control came out in 2018, and Alan Wake 2 came out in 2023, so there's a 5-year difference there, but they, like, absolutely knew that Warland Dorr was a character when they made Control. Have you played Warframe?
Do you ever spend time in the Oaken
Lots of lore going on there. Soulframe looks like it will be pretty built up too. I have played Warframe. My one buddy was really into Warframe, so I played it with him a bit. I liked it. I don't know, it got a little bit repetitive for me.
I'm looking for results from you. What have you found out? The Blackwood Company has taken that much of a foothold in Leowyn. Those sons of... Never mind. You've done your job. Here's your payment for it.
He also indirectly mentions Max Payne, saying how in one world a writer wrote about a cop, and in another world the cop is real. I thought he was talking about Alex Casey. I've actually never played the Max Payne games.
You've done well. I don't have anything for you right now. Speak with Azan or Grokash. Get some more seasoning, and maybe I'll have something. Or perhaps you're ready for advancement. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. The amount of story it's built up over the years is impressive. You could probably make some really good lore vids from it. Yeah, I actually was looking for, like, Control lore videos a couple months back, and nobody is making them, so... Yeah, I probably could. Be a fun thing to do. I meant Warframe? Oh. Warframe 2. I feel like there's gotta be people doing Warframe videos, right? That's true. Yes, British Ronin. Max Payne and Alex Casey both have Sam as the model. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. There is a connection there between those two. I had not made that connection in my head yet, but... that is definitely true. Gaming University is an excellent Remedyverse channel if you aren't aware of them. Only channel I can think of is Gaming University. Well, there we go. Yeah, I had no idea. Burrs.
I've got another contract for you, meat. I assume you won't embarrass yourself. I'm sorry.
Oh.
It's from Biena Amelian at the Water's Edge settlement. She needs something retrieved from her ancestral tomb. Try not to muck it up. You'll find her at the Water's Edge settlement. It's...
okay.
Haul your carcass to that settlement, meat.
No Man's Sky has really good lore too. Hardly anyone talks about the NMS lore and its open niche. Yeah, I don't know much of anything about No Man's Sky. I know that a lot of people shit on No Man's Sky. Let's go get the quest from Anvil at the same time. Make out with Burrs Grokaj? He'd probably eat my face with that massive mouth. Fighter skills here. Have you ever experienced Diablo lore? No, I've never played any of the Diablo games.
And salutations.
Oh, hey, it's Maglir.
You have the hands of a healer. What greetings? Looking for some more work, are you? Good to see you're working hard. I've got some more thieves for you to deal with in Anvil. There have been a number of thefts in the area, and witnesses believe the thieves are holed up nearby. Check around and see what you can learn. I'm not sure the numbers you'll be dealing with, so I'm sending you with another new recruit, Maglir. I believe you two have already met. Get moving. You need to get...
Oh, it's you. Looks like we're working together.
I do love this voice actor. He's great.
Sounds like we need to ask around Anvil for any clues. Figures we'd get a mission without any real direction. I'll follow you. Payday! Let's roll!
I do really like the character of Maglir. Like, I like that there's like a shitty little guy that you follow around, and he sort of like demonstrates
Benaris is trying to sell off Benaris Manor.
Timothy LaRouche, late of the Black Dog, able seaman. I'll be
Able
staying
what?
ashore till my stash runs out, then it's off to sea once more.
Your stash of what? Bro, what are you talking about?
For you, of course.
Unhinged character. Timothy LaRouche. Thieves.
Can't say I know anything myself, but I heard that Newheim the Portly had some things stolen, and he's been asking around about it. Ask him.
Asking for
Legacy of Kain has some of the best written lore and dialogue out there. We got the remaster of Soul Reaver last year, and it looks like we'll be getting more remasters of the series later this year. How's it going, Cameron, by the way? I can't remember if I said that. Have you tried Eternal? It's an MTG-like digital card game made by Dareloth, who also worked on Legends. No, I have not tried Eternal. If someone wants to... who mentioned that? Nick Wilson. I don't know if you're in our Discord, Nick, but if you put that in, like, the other games channel, I'll probably remember it and check it later.
You have the hell. What can Newheim the Portly do for you?
Oh, yeah, he's got this heirloom.
Please, go on. Aye, I know about those scum. Rotten bastards robbed me blind, they did. Stole a family heirloom. Bunch of Bosmer, if you can believe it. No offense to your friend, of course. Last I heard, they were holed up in Hirota Cave, not too far from here.
Yeah, Warhammer 40k I know is like... That is a well-covered series, though, isn't it?
Took my flagon, they did. Passed down to
Anybody
me
have the
from my
Discord?
father.
It should be in the description of this video. It actually might not be, because I had to change it. I can provide it to you, though. I'll put it in chat. There you go. You have a Discord? It's banned in my country? God damn it. Oh, really? Discord is banned in your country? What? That's crazy.
Inaris Inventius is...
I've never heard of that.
You'll find it north of Anvil. Go... You go get him.
You go get him. Oh yeah, what I was talking about with Maglir, though. I like that there's like a little shitty guy that shows you like the state of the Fighters Guild and the Blackwood Company. Like, it is cool to have a little Maglir guy with you like that. Because like as a player, obviously you don't understand like the economic situation that's going on in Cyrodiil or with the Fighters Guild at this point. God, the fuck, really? It's a third cave where rocks have fallen on me in the Fighters Guild questline. Unhinged game design. Okay, let's get these two next to each other. Yep, and then we'll do this. Uh-huh, but you're an essential NPC, Maglir, so... Oh! Oh, is he mad? Hey, stop it. Maglir rejects your yield. Whoa. Is that a bug? We'll see what the consequences of this are later, I guess. Okay, he's fine. He's fine. He's relaxed. He's fine. I'm trying to murder you at this point. Yeah, they really are. It's the only thing that could kill this character at this point is a well-placed boulder. Are there VPNs for phones? I'd love to chat with you on Discord. I believe there are. I don't personally use a VPN for anything, but there should be. It really is a little mindless, going through this quest with just like
You shouldn't have come after us.
quest markers on every NPC. They went away just as I was saying, though, because I picked up the cup because I just know where it's at, but like... Oh. Paralyzed. Going through Cyberpunk again. Lore, I notice, actually not covered in a lot outside the games, rather than the... Maglir, just relax, dude. Jesus Christ. This guy. Got his sword straight through his heart. Okay. What was I gonna say? I forget what I was gonna say. Oh, I was just mindless walking through. But then I was gonna mention with Cyberpunk, I'm just not really that interested in this Cyberpunk setting. It's never really been something that I'm like, I don't know. It's never been something that's taken me. I would personally buy you No Man's Sky if you were to take the offer. Oh, to make lore videos in it? I am all alone as a No Man's Sky lore guy. I mean, like, I would be happy to receive No Man's Sky from you. but I don't know how successful those lore videos would be. About the Witcher universe?
Can I help you, brother?
How does the day greet you, friend?
I have
This
not
is a
played
grand day.
past
Greetings.
the first 20 hours of The Witcher 3. I put in time in The Witcher 3, but I have not played it. Just take the game? Oh. I mean, man, look, if you want to buy me a game, I won't say no.
They say the dragon statue
but
is 100 feet high.
Oh.
I don't feel like you need to do that, you know?
So have you taken care of those thieves yet? Cleared them out, did you? Good work, you two. I see big things for you with the guild.
If there's anything I can do, I am
Slavery
humbly
has
at
been
your service.
abolished in Morrowind. House Dress and Lalu have renounced the slave trade
Good evening.
and freed the beast folk
Did you get to
from
that
going
bit
on
of The
with
Witcher
you?
3? The one that also caused me to stop? The part of The Witcher 3 that I got to, there was a, okay, let me think of the last time I played that game, because it's been years. And I've done a couple playthroughs, and every time I get so confused because I'm like, I don't know who any of these characters are, because I haven't played any of the other games. I played like an hour or two of The Witcher 2, but like, there's the dude that that looks like Volo from Baldur's Gate. He shows up. I'm always like, who the hell are you? Okay, Newheim. This isn't done? Oh, I need to return it to Newheim. That's right. And I don't really care if you make videos on it or not. I trust the lore will speak for itself.
Salute.
Hey,
Welcome.
man.
Please say your piece.
I don't know if I can, like, drop my Steam profile or something, but... If you want to gift me a game, I won't say no.
Herwin was sparring with some other Fighters Guild members recently. I don't think any of them could get a hit through her
But,
shield.
I mean, that's like $25 right now, man. You definitely don't have to do
I
that.
don't think I want to join the Fighters Guild to learn, though.
Be seeing you.
Do you have an ESO guild? I do have an ESO guild. It is called the Garden of Dareloth. And I tried to make it searchable, but it's not. It's on PCNA. PCNA.
You're a sneaky looking... I'm not easily impressed, but even I would think twice before going into one of those Oblivion gates. Well done. Ah, you've got it. Thank the gods. Finally, my mead will stay cold and won't taste like goblin piss. Take these, and my thanks.
Yeah, with The Witcher 3, it was something to do with the Baron. And there was like some little goblin-looking kid. I think there was a hag or something like that. That was like the last place that I got into it. What's Novigrad? Is that the city? I think I got into the city. I didn't make it too far though. Okay, we need to go to Water's Edge. If Morrowind is remade like this, that'd be Chef's Kiss. The Crones of Cookbag Bog? That sounds correct, yeah. For sticking with Bethesda stuff, I'd say my favorite universe they made besides Tess is Dishonored. I feel they made a really interesting world, and it's hidden mostly by the IRL stuff like the novels. I think that Dishonored's really cool. I'm a Dishonored 2 stan. I like Dishonored 2 more than the first one. I know that's a hot take. But I think the level design in Dishonored 2 is really fun.
Hello. You must be from the Fighters Guild. I'm glad you're here. I need your help to repay a debt.
Who are you? Yes, Dishonored is only published by them. It's not made by Bethesda Game Studios. It's published by Bethesda Softworks. But I believe that Billy Lurk is a queen. Oh, yeah, I never played that that DLC.
I am Vienna Amelian.
Or no, wait. Is that Knives of Dunwall? No, that's where you play as Dowd. I like Dishonored as well. My biggest gripe with Dishonored 1 is that Corvo's not a character. Which protagonist do you prefer, both in gameplay and character, Corvo or Emily? I like Emily's abilities more than Corvo's, but Emily's just broken because she has the Link ability. So I really like Emily. But like Corvo in Dishonored 1 doesn't to me feel like a character because he's supposed to be like you as the player character. But I kind of wish they gave him more of a character, because he has a character in 2, but like in what always annoys me in Dishonored 1 is like when Emily runs up to you at the beginning of the game and your character just like puts his hands out and hugs her, and people are talking to Corvo in Dishonored 1 and he doesn't respond. And it's like, I wish that he had more of a personality or a character. That's one of my bigger gripes with Dishonored 1.
I'm afraid so.
Okay, you have a debt. How much is the debt?
Oh, a great deal. Over 1,000 septums. My father was quite a gambler. Quite a bad gambler. Gone. Dragged.
Okay.
They were buried with my grandfather in the family tomb. The sword and cuirass were enchanted and should cover my debt. Please, get them for me.
I'm just gonna pay her. This is what I always do.
Are you certain? Oh, I can't thank you enough. Please, though, if you decide to retrieve the sword and armor, keep them. At least until I can repay you. I'm so
Well, the Doc
grateful.
Scratch, thank you, man. If I wind up liking the lore enough, I mean, it's possible that I might make a lore video on it at some point. But that's very generous of you and very kind, so thank you. Have you tried Pathfinder? No, I have not. Plenty of stuff that I would love to make some lore vids on, though. I need to make a couple more videos in my my Elder Scrolls deities as cleric and warlock patrons, because I liked making those videos. I like Emily Power more, but prefer Corvo's interaction. His inner monologue and conversations I find more interesting, especially his reunions with the Outsider. I feel it's better than having a history. Yeah. For sure. I liked Emily, though. I think that people, like... Emily Caldwin was another one of those situations where I feel like people in 2016 or so... We were talking about this the other day, like, the reason that Ubisoft wouldn't let or wouldn't ever let Assassin's Creed have a female protagonist was that they didn't think that it would sell. And so that's why you wind up with every game that there's a female companion in, or a female playable character, they're like the side character. So, or like a female character that's like, seems like the lead, like Assassin's Creed Unity. Someone told me on stream that in Assassin's Creed Unity, they were going to have Elise be the main assassin, but then they changed it because they thought that it wouldn't sell with a woman as the lead. You think about Assassin's Creed Syndicate with Evie Fry, they felt the need to include Jacob in that story. For some reason. I was not a big fan of Jacob, from what I remember. You think about Assassin's Creed Origins, you have Bayek, and then also... I feel bad because I can't remember her name now, but she was interesting as the side role. And then in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, you have Cassandra and Alexios. Even though they said Cassandra's the main character, they feel the need to make a male be in the role every time. So how this leads back to the Dishonored conversation is I feel like they did the same thing with Emily Caldwin, where they could have made a game about Emily, but then they decided to throw Corvo in there, which is not a bad thing, because we got to see Corvo actually voiced and have his own personality finally, which is cool. But I think it's been better in I think it was done better in Dishonored 2 because they have actually like more unique stuff. Jacob had unique stuff from Evie as well. Jacob was more the brawler type character, but like with Alexios and Cassandra, it was really just a flavor choice on who you wanted to play. But Anyway, I think a lot of people got mad at Emily Caldwin just because she was a girl. My issue with Assassin's Creed is the lore became increasingly uninteresting. Yeah, after AC3, I think the lore flops.
You need to finish out the contract with Biena Amelian in Water's Edge. What's the status? Paid her debt off yourself, did you? Not gonna get rich that...
Are you in a D&D campaign right now, or have you just played in the past and really liked it? I actually... So, we've talked about this before on the channel. I have a D&D campaign written for Elder Scrolls, somewhat. It's not fully...
I've been told...
It's not fully written.
Farewell.
But I'm going to be DMing an Elder Scrolls campaign with some of my friends. It's going to be set in 4th Era, year 68. And I'm excited to do it. I'm not going to be... So we decided as a group that I'm not going to be... I'm not going to be doing it live on YouTube or anything like that. I'm not going to be making videos out of our first campaign in it because I want it to be, like... I don't know. I don't want to put the pressure of a YouTube channel on my friends, you know? I just want to make this campaign with them and have a good time with them. But what I do want to do is release the campaign as a module. I have so much lore written for this D&D campaign. It is... I really like the story of it, and I think that other people would as well. But I don't want to spoil anything for it, which is why I haven't really said this idea out loud ever before. So, and I'm still going to keep it to myself, but yeah, so to answer your question, I do have a D&D campaign that I'm going to be starting hopefully within the next couple months. My friends and I are always talking about doing different D&D campaigns. I played a character recently in a D&D campaign with some of my buddies over Discord. And the premise of the campaign was similar to this anime that my friend had watched. I think it was called like The Tower or something like that. And basically the premise of the campaign was that there was this super rich guy, and he had like all the power in the country, and he wanted to give up his power, so he created a contest where you'd have to ascend through this tower, and there were different levels to it, and every level was a different attribute. So like we had a strength level, dex level, int level, so on and so forth. And then when we got to the top, we had our boss battle, and then when we basically received a free wish spell from the guy who was in charge. But we all made evil characters, so which was funny because it was my friend's first time. Well, Jonathan. It was my friend Jonathan, if anyone remembers him from like months ago on my Skyrim stream. Jonathan was the DM, and it was his first time DMing. So we all made evil characters for him for this campaign. And
so I'll try to do the voice right now. This was my character. His name was Farron Spellright, and his name was spelled obnoxiously, and he was just simply an old man who lived in a tower entirely composed of bones.
A hail and hearty welcome, friend.
And he was a warlock pal. He was a Lock-It-In build, because I'd done that in Baldur's Gate 3, but I hadn't done it in D&D before. So I played an Oathbreaker Hexblade, and it was super fun. and yeah, so that was the last campaign I played in. You truly are mantling Jerma.
Well, of course I have to mantle Jerma in some sense, you know. I've only watched so many hours of Jerma.
I used to think you were a hero.
I actually do watch a shit ton of Jerma. Jerma is the man. What's your favorite class in D&D? My go-to class? Warlock. Warlock is my go-to. My first real D&D campaign that I played with my friends, I played a Warlock, and I did not understand the character. I didn't understand that your ability every single round is basically Eldritch Blast. I was always trying to do, like... I was always trying to do something else on my turn with my spells, and then the first 2 turns of combat, I'd always do some kind of a spell, and then I would be like, well, fuck, I don't have any spells to help in this situation. It's like, no, dude, just Eldritch Blast. And I learned that as I played Baldur's Gate 3, BG3 actually helped me learn how to play D&D better. And so, yeah, then going into this new campaign, it was like, I'm just going to Eldritch Blast everything. I love Warlocks, though. Being like a half-caster with the short rest ability is so fun. And I feel like Warlocks are just so flavorful. Warlocks have tons of flavor. They're really fun. Clerics, I also really enjoy, which is basically... Clerics and Warlocks are very similar in like their thematics, because a Cleric is just kind of a good aligned Warlock most of the time. And even Warlocks and Clerics, like, you can be good aligned or bad aligned on either of them. But yeah, I feel like Clerics are more holy and Warlocks are more secular in their deals with their patrons. BG3 does have the Drunken Master Monk, but it's really poorly integrated. It's not as fun as you would think, sadly. Okay,
I've got another job for you, slightly off the record. You'll be going on a mission with Varanus Daunton. Yes, the Guildmaster's son. You're to accompany him and make sure he succeeds. He needs some time in the field to get his confidence up, or he'll never become a good warrior. Valena coddles the boy too much. Doesn't want him in the line of fire. Suppose it's no surprise after Vitellis. Valena Daunton's eldest son. Good man. We lost him on a botched mission recently. You've probably seen the other wounded around. If you're smart, you'll steer clear of the subject around the Guildmaster. Perhaps you and I will have time to discuss it more later. Time's wasting.
Okay, I have to talk to this guy in his house about this, I believe. Or...
His mother's been holding him back, protecting him. You'll go to Nonwell Cavern with him. Galtus Previa was lost there, and you're to find him. And not a word of this to the Guildmaster. Go find him. He'll be in the Daunton house, most likely. And bring him back in one piece.
And wait, One Piece reference? Oh my god, the One Piece is real. When my husband, a D&D nerd, and I first started dating, he had me watch Crap Guide to D&D by Joe Cat to get a better understanding of how the game works. I still don't, but that series was fun. D&D is very complicated. Again, like, playing through Baldur's Gate 3 really, really helped me comprehend the mechanics of D&D a little bit better.
Greetings, guildmate. What can I do for you? A mission? Well, of course. I'm sure we can do this. You say this came from Orain himself? Well, perhaps I should speak with Mother first.
Nope, we gotta go.
Oh, I'm prepared. Of course. I'm sure there's no need to speak to Mother at all. Let's go.
He looks like Vicar Max from the Outer Worlds.
I'm with you.
Keep forgetting that rogues have a perk that replaces all low rolls with a 10. It's not all low rolls. I believe it's any skill you're proficient with cannot roll lower than a 10. Or maybe I'm getting that wrong and you're right on it. But yeah, rogues, I think that's their level 11 ability. Really crazy. Rogues are very, very good. It's proficiencies only, okay. That Which Lurks. Your lore videos are awesome, mate. Thank you. We've got 3 more on the channel. Fuck that deer in particular. Look, sometimes the intrusive thoughts win, you know? Yeah, we've got 2 more lore videos on the channel, and I'll be doing a review of Oblivion Remastered soon. And then I've got a video that I want to make on a Shivering Isles character that should be shorter in nature than a lot of the other videos on the channel. And then I will start working on the larger lore video and doing a couple smaller projects in between. I've got some stuff that I would like to do. So yeah, lots of good stuff coming up along the way. I feel like I was very productive last week. Again, I got 3 videos out, so like I was very happy with how last week turned out, because I've taken Thursdays and Fridays off of work this summer at the summer camp that I work at, so like that's helped a lot. The dance macabre. I have so like the amount of hours that I have in VG3 is actually ridiculous. When do you rest? Oh god. I I don't know. That's a good question. I feel like if I'm not working on work, I'm working on something for the channel. That was the reason that I was able to get so much stuff out last week, is because I literally spent... What did I say? Let me find it really quick. I wrote in the Discord for my uploads. Or where was it? Yeah, what 4 days glued to your computer does to a man. Is what I said. But yeah, I would wake up at like 8:30 last week, and then I would just be on the grind. I mean, not 4 days straight, obviously. I slept and stuff, but yeah, I was like pretty much non-stop working on content last week. How long does it take to edit? I saw your comment about editing in the self-promotion channel, and I was gonna respond to it, but I forgot to. Editing is the worst part of being a content creator, I think. When you're starting out, at least. Because it's very difficult. Editing sucks, honestly. It's like, it's not very fun. And especially if you have stuff that's like hours long that you need to sift through to find funny stuff or to find like the interesting parts. That's the big reason that I don't want to edit my gameplay videos down, is because I know that shit would take me so much time. Like, you guys, to put it into perspective, editing is, yes, it's relaxing. That's fair. I don't like mean to say that it's like the worst thing in the world, but editing takes up so much of your day, especially if you are trying to like make a creative, interesting video. So yeah, editing for me, I've gotten better at it throughout the years, but like it does take a while. Tedium, my least favorite thing. Yeah, no, it takes a while. But like, I had fun with my last war video a lot by, like, I added in some little jokes and memes in that video that were kind of just for me. I was like, I don't know, I just need to entertain myself while I'm editing this. A big thing with editing too is that you can't really listen to anything. At least for me, the way my brain works. I can't listen to anything. I can't watch anything. Like, when I'm editing, I am pretty focused. So it's it's like you can't really be entertained by other stuff while you're doing that. Okay, let me catch up on chat. Man, if people think the Sotha Sil vid was long and complex, how will they even survive a Vivek vid? Yeah. I want to make a Vivek video. I just don't think that I can right now. It'll take months. More lore videos while I recover from dental surgery. Yeah, and actually, Shade of Havoc, you got the lore videos available if you're at Master Thief tier. Trying to make art videos, but editing is actually more time-consuming than collecting footage. Yeah, it depends on what you're doing to edit it too. Oh, here's a big tip for editing though. Put your shit on 2x speed when you're going through your first run, because the way that I edit is I will take like I'll take my initial video, or for me it's like for my lore videos it's a voiceover. So I take my initial voiceover, and then I run through that at 2x speed, and I listen to it, because a lot of the time, here's how, like, let me just pull up something to read in my inventory, okay? Okay, Amber materials list. So this is me, like, reading through a script. I'll be like, I, Dumag Grobonk, Master Smith of New Sheoth, am honor and duty bound by oath to my beloved mentor to forge weapons and armor for any hero who brings me amber. I will create magical versions of these weapons and armor if the... fuck. God damn it. And then I'll have to go over it again. But usually I'll pick up then where my last sentence was. So I'll be like, I will create magical versions of these weapons and armor if the hero can, along with the amber, return to me the appropriate matrix which my mentor has scattered throughout the land to soak in the magical essence of the Shivering Isles. So if I'm reading through, you know, it's like, I've got sections like that where I'm like, I mess up a line, and then usually what I'll do is I'll cough afterwards so I can see where it is in the audio timeline. But I just listen on ×2 speed, and then I delete that previous sound footage, and I get all my audio in place first before I do my video stuff. And doing things on ×2 speed with like an art video as well could be helpful, just for like watching through and, I don't know, finding like the good parts, if that makes sense in any tangible way. I need to know where you're finding all these racist, stupid test fans in your comments, by the way. I want to argue with them in really stupid ways. Oh yeah, they're all on my Thalmor video. They're all on my Thalmor video. There's a bunch of... Because, okay, I have a section in my Thalmor video where I talk about being racist to the High Elves. And I basically, like... Not that I take it super seriously, but I had a small section asking people to come into the video with an open mind about the Altmer, because the Altmer have a pretty bad rep in the community. And I was like, hey, just by the way, Altmer are not Thalmor, Thalmor are not Altmer, was my main discussion that I was making. So I put that in there, and that upset a lot of people. I got called a lot of words. I still get called a lot of words. Constantly. It's like, I get called a virtue signaler, I get called an elf apologist, I get called a pussy, I get called whatever. I mean, people think that I'm, like, people think that I'm an embarrassment, and, you know, like... I mean, Thalmor are Altmer, just not all of Altmer. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like calling all of Nazis, like, it's like calling every German a Nazi, you know? It's like, it's just not, it doesn't equate. So I had that section there, and then in my comments section, it is like bizarre. I get comments weekly on that video, sometimes multiple times a day, about, like, just the most insane shit. They have to be trolling. The first, if you're on the video right now, I think that first guy is trolling. Because I got that comment today, and I actually thought it was kind of funny, because I thought it was trolling. Because there's no way that comment was serious. The comment was... I'll just read it for everybody. The most recent comment on my Thalmor video is... Let's find it. Okay, the most recent comment on my Thalmor video, it says, "Imagine actually being anti-Hitler in 2025. Are you gay?" I think that one's trolling. There's other ones that I quote in my new, in one of my newer lore videos that that are not trolling. That are like actually very mad at me for... There's people who think it's stupid to take a fantasy series seriously, I guess, is the big gripe that people had. They're like, it's a fucking video game. I can be racist if I want to. When I said very specifically, you don't have a right to stereotype. Or I said you don't have a right to dislike Ancano because he's an Altmer. I said you should dislike Ancano because he's a piece of shit, right? And then I basically just said, like, there are High Elves who don't like the Thalmor. Like, High Chancellor Okada was a High Elf who notoriously didn't like the Thalmor. The book Rising Threat, those are all Altmer, or those are all written by an Altmer who didn't like the Thalmor. So like, you know, I just was putting up a small little defense for the Altmer. But like, man, people really didn't like that. So I have a video talking about that that will be coming out in 2 weeks.
You're back.
But if you're a channel member at Shadowfoot tier or higher, it is out for you right now.
Dead? Damn. What got him? Let me see that. Interesting. The symbols on it are familiar to me. I'll be looking into this.
Don't argue with idiots. With idiots, they will drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. Yeah. Anything else?
That's all. For now. Good job, though. You got Varanus home safe, and I think it'll do him good. I'll pay him for the contract, and this for you. I'm going to need you to find Maglir again, the little fetcher. Wish I knew what happened. He had a contract for a local mage in Bravil. Didn't seem like a particularly difficult assignment. He hasn't reported to the client at all. Get yourself down to Bravil and find Maglir. Make sure that contract of his gets done, and send him to me.
Yeah.
Stop staring at me.
I don't respond to, I would say 99% of the comments I get on that video. I've never understood the is fantasy argument when it comes to justifying atrocity. Yeah, so here's another thing with the video to come. The video that's out for channel members already, it's done. I talked about in that video how fiction is a vessel for real life storytelling, right? Like, just because something is fiction doesn't mean that it's that you can disregard everything about it. I brought up the tortoise and the hare, and I was like, this is a story that is a fundamental building block of civilization at this point. And just because it's a story about racing animals does not mean that the moral is any less important. And then I brought up The Sneetches by
My pleasure.
I brought up The Sneetches by Dr. Seuss, which is a book about, for anyone who hasn't read The Sneetches, I think it's a great book. I read it the other day to some kids. It's a book about some monsters, and some of them have stars on their bellies, and some of them don't. And the star-bellied Sneetches are the ones who are like, basically, what I always think of the Sneetches as is like segregation It's a story about segregation, basically. The Starbelly Sneetches are the white people, and the ones without stars on their bellies are, like, black folks, or whoever back in the 50s, and the segregation era. And the Starbelly Sneetches don't want to talk with the other Sneetches. Anyway, basically that story is a children's book, but it talks about, like, racism and whatnot, and it's fiction. But you would be a moron to disregard the message that book has to say. And same thing with, I brought up Moby Dick then. Moby Dick is another piece of fiction that is not just about a whale. It's not just about a guy fighting a whale. It's about, like, deep-seated revenge. And, like, just because something is fiction doesn't mean that its themes can be disregarded.
Welcome. I bet you hear this all the time, but thanks for closing
Just don't
that.
ask Dr. Seuss about what happened when his wife got sick. Yeah, we won't talk about that, okay? We'll just talk about the book.
What's the story? What is it?
Dr. Seuss was a villain, honestly.
Stop staring at me. Let's get to
Is this guy still following me?
You know, I saw
Oh,
you.
this is the porter. Okay,
Take
he
care.
looked just like her son, but with a beard. Okay, let me catch up on some chat, though. Okay, give me over here. There's a question, actually, do you think you'll expand of the Sigic Order that you briefly cover in your Mana Marco video? What do you mean exactly? It's honestly shocking that Dareloth is probably liberal in worldview despite being a history major and a lore nerd. Those scenes are filled with weirdos. Well, it just depends on how you're raised, I guess. I really wouldn't call myself, like... I would say that I'm... I don't know. I don't like to align myself with, like, one worldview in particular, you know? I want to Kermit Meowder when I hear or see/hear the words, "It's not that deep." Yeah. So much fantasy encourages fantasy racism. Tess is pretty much one of the only fantasy series actively fighting that and pushes heavily for taking multiple perspectives into account. Well, that's the whole thing that people disregard, though, because people without a solid grasp of the lore think all orcs are from Orsinium, all Altmer are from Alinor, all Redguards are from Hammerfell, you know, and it's just not, that's just not it. Which is crazy. Like, you have diverse people, like, especially ESO is really good about this, and ESO has been the Elder Scrolls vessel for the past 10 years at this point. But even, like, look at this woman. This is a Dunmer.
We all owe you a debt of gratitude.
This is a Dunmer living in Breville. She was probably born here. Like, she
Goodbye.
doesn't have to be from Morrowind because she's a Dunmer. But I think a lot of people just generalize and stereotype in the Elder Scrolls, and it's interesting. You had a touch on Mana Marco being a member and being kicked out, but do you think you'll do a vid on the Order as its focus? I would like to do a Sigic video at some point. I just think that, like, one thing that I want to do with my channel is focus on stuff that, like, other people haven't touched on yet. And I'm sure that if you typed in Sigic Order in the search bar right now of YouTube, you would find, like, a video from Imperial Knowledge, who was just in chat earlier, or you'd find a video from Fudge Muppet, or you'd find a video from Camelworks. You'd find plenty of videos on the Sigic Order. So I would love to tackle them at some point. I would love to tackle them at some point, from my perspective, but I probably won't get around to it for a while. Unless I have some profound thought about the Sigic Order that I've, like, never thought about previously. These people think about real-world countries, cultures, and people in the same way. It's hopeless, yeah.
Look at the
It can be,
muscles
but that's
on
why, like, I don't often...
You're a sneaky-looking
I
sort.
thought Magler was in here, but I guess he's not. That's why I often don't respond to comments, like, about that type of stuff. I do every once in a while when I see one that, I don't know, just, like, upsets me or something, but... And it's like, I understand, too, that, like, fantasy racism can be a joke to some people. Like, to some people, they just like to get a laugh or say a joke or like
Thanks for
it's
asking.
kind of like in the Star Wars community how people will call like robots clankers as like a slur. It's like, hey, it's funny, okay? It can be funny for a second to put yourself in that world, or to like roleplay a racist character. That's something different. I played a character who was a life domain cleric who was like a little bit racist, air quotes, against vampires. He really didn't like vampires or anything undead, and he thought that it was he thought that everything had an expiration date. And so like living past your culture's general like age of expiration was deemed like deeply problematic to him. So it can be good for storytelling though. Like then we had a vampire in our game, and it was a really interesting thing to see my character interact with this vampire, you know? So it's not to say that like it's always a bad thing, but if you're using it just to be a racist under a different blanket term is something else entirely.
A pleasure to see you.
I have a feeling that video, when it releases though, that video addressing those comments, is either going to explode or it's going to get like 1,000 views. I don't think there's going to be a whole big in-between on that one. Man, my face when I don't have a quest marker in Oblivion. Go to Breville. Oh, you know what? No, I can talk to this guy about Maglier?
Maglier? I think I've seen him.
Okay.
Take care.
What do you think the Companion's questline needed in Skyrim for it to really live up to its potential, since it is taking place of the Fighters Guild? I think that the Companions in Skyrim just needed to not have anything to do with werewolves. I think the werewolves really dragged that story down. It's Clanka to you, buddy. Yeah. Split Lip is great for the elites in Halo. Yeah.
I feel I can truly share with you without fear.
A visitor, yes? You again. I imagine I know why you're here, Guild Rat.
Peace out, Evian. You should talk about... hold on. Fair enough. I suppose watching your Magicka vid got me thinking about all the magic orders in the universe. Great job, by the way. Thank you. I'm very proud of the magic video. I think it turned out really well. You should talk about Reach Magic and Nord Clever Folk. It would be a cool contrast to the institutionalized magic of Sigic and Galarian. The indigenous magics are cool in the series. Yeah, and they're honestly something I don't know a whole lot about, so I would love to dive into those at some point.
I don't know much about that ghost, but some say he died in a horrible shipwreck.
That's not trying to talk to you about that. Why'd you default?
Defaulted? That all you talk about? I'm Blackwood Company now. Plenty of work, the pay is good, and I don't have Orain on my back all the time.
Play Greymore again? I actually have never finished Greymore. I've only played the first couple quests of Greymore, and then I got sick of the zone. So, Greymore could be a stream at some point.
That means a lot, coming from you. You think I didn't hear about you ratting me out to Orain? Now get out of here before my friend and I get angry.
To what do I owe
The Blackwood Company armor not being black is so... It's so bad. I don't know why they would do that. Okay. Should I talk to this guy?
At least the Oblivion gate outside the city is...
Yep.
Goodbye.
It was you that
Yep.
Good day.
You again. You're wasting your time.
It's wild that the frat bro brotherhood companionship faction are less fun to hang out with than a girl whose only friends were books. Serana, yeah. No, I think that the companions are the driest motherfuckers in Tamriel in the 4th era. The only person drier is Arngeir. Okay. So, where are we going now? What are we doing? Talk to Maglier. Was it another Mages Guild thing? I want to say it had to do with the Breville Mages Guild or something. Racism and class divides can be good in a story if it's done right. Being racist just for the sake of being racist is dumb. The comments on that vid are wild. Yeah, so if you go to my Thalmor video and you cycle comments by newest, you will see all the comments that I'm referencing for the most part. Yeah, and Arngeir's dry on purpose even. That's true. That's true. I can't even fault Arngeir for being a dry, a dry boy.
What can I do for you? It's about time
Yeah.
someone from the Fighters Guild showed up. I've got work for you to do.
Yeah, I just happened to remember where she was, but I wasn't getting a quest marker for this, which is a little bit rough. Because, like, Morrowind will give you precise directions on where to go, and so not having a quest marker in Morrowind is not a problem, because they tell you exactly the directions and places to be. But in this game, they so heavily rely on the quest marker, so the fact that I'm not getting a quest marker is... I'm just going to have to rely on game knowledge.
I need imp gall for my studies. 10 portions of it, in fact. Since I hired the Fighters Guild, I expect you to get it done. And carefully, please. You might check Robbers Glen Cave for the imp gall.
Okay.
Doesn't look like... I'll be
Imp
waiting.
gall. How much imp gall do I have? I'm sure I have some. I have none. Damn. You're gonna get 10 things of imp gall? I really, really like the Western Skyrim and Reach story quests. They also have fantastic Skyrim First Era and Yakuta lore. I just really didn't give Greymoor a shot after they 1-to-1 ported the city of Morthal. I was like, oh, this is pathetic. Not playing this. The Reach is the best, worst place to live. Yeah. I think the Reach is beautiful. I think the only place in Skyrim I wouldn't live are, like, the only places are, like, Dawnstar and Hafengar? Or Hjalmarch? I think it's Hjalmarch. Whichever one Morthal is. Definitely wouldn't live there. Or Winterhold. Just that, like, the hold of Winterhold in general. I don't like snow or being cold. And winters here in Michigan are not fun to live through. What's up, Mental Reaper? Loved your recent stuff, helped me get through a bunch of delays on my supposedly 2-hour flight. It ended up being 9. Damn. Well, I'm glad I could get some content out for you to watch. Markarth and Riften are both tied for being the Florida of Skyrim. I think Markarth is definitely, in terms of, like, crazy shit happening, Markarth is Florida. The Rift is very corrupt, though. I don't know, does anyone know, like, statistically what the most corrupt state is in the United States? I feel like it's, like, New York or something. Okay, guys, my whole game... I'm gonna restart my game. My game is... Yeah, you cannot save right now. Okay, my whole game is, like, goofed up. I don't understand what's happening. But I'm gonna restart my game really quick. Yeah, it just... The Unreal Engine crashed. So... You know when, like, you play Bethesda games for so long, you can, like, start to sense when the game is about to crash? You're like, oh, damn, I should save here. Okay, we'll get it booted back up. I'd be fine in Falkreath as long as Sidgeir is deposed as the Jarl. Yeah. The most corrupt state is probably Maryland, for their proximity to DC. Cali, if you count the amount of baby oil used in parties. Cali also has the highest number of representatives, right? So, like, I mean, that's a bunch more chances for them to be corrupt. Okay, there we go. Yeah, maybe the quest marker thing was a bug with the game. Oh, look at that. Okay, there we go. Found 10 portions. Yo, hold on. We gotta look at that imp again. I thought that this guy looked funny for a second in my peripheral vision. That is like... God damn. Just chilling. I'll lay you down. I love Daedric armor in Oblivion. What's your guys' favorite Daedric set? Do you guys like the Skyrim, the Oblivion, the Morrowind? I know the Daggerfall Daedric is just like red armor. I was looking at that the other day on the UVSP. Morrowind Daedric for sure. Morrowind is cool because they have those unique helmets. Yeah, we loop around here. Only real critique I had on your Magicka one was describing energy and physics, but like you said, you're not an expert. Yeah, I mean, I'm totally happy to be corrected on any of that stuff. The big thing, like, that I called Magicka raw energy because the UESP described it as raw energy, but I know that raw energy is not a real thing. I knew that even before I was researching for the video. So, like, I didn't really want to use the term raw energy, which is why I heavily said raw energy is not a real thing, and I tried to quantify it as mystic energy instead. But, yeah, I mean, there've been a couple of comments on that video about, you know, energy and whatnot, and it's like, I could have done a better job explaining it, but, again, yeah, I'm not necessarily an expert on physics. I'm very interested in physics. I like physics a lot. I'm just not, like, I'm not a science communicator. I'm a history and philosophy communicator, first and foremost. I'm a lore communicator.
To what do I owe this pleasure?
Good. Well, have you found that...
Magic is a type of potential energy that... okay, that makes sense. Yeah, magic is a type of potential energy that can be manipulated by the soul. That makes total sense. Let's see. Morrowind, Daedric Armor, Skyrim, and Oblivion's, both OG and the remaster. Nothing's going to surpass the Skyrim Daedric Armor. The silhouette is too iconic. Oblivion... Sorry didn't show up sooner. Dune Awakening has consumed my life. Is that the new Dune movie? Welcome, Soul Angel. I really don't know much about Dune. Okay.
You've got it. Looks fresh, too. I realize you'll be paid by your superior, but take this as well. It might come in handy in your work.
Oh, it was more about your description of the many types. IRL, there's basically only potential and kinetic. I'd argue Magicka is some form of pure potential. Gotcha. I looked into energy and I saw a bunch of different sources because I was mostly like talking about in terms of Magnus. I wanted to determine what kind of a source he was, and I found radiant energy, and then I found all these other different types of energies as well that were listed, so that I will blame on Mr. Google. As my old professor used to call him, Mr. Google.
Have pity, sir.
It's a video game, gotcha. It says Magicka flows to Nirn from the sun Magnus left behind, but if it goes through Oblivion as well, wouldn't that mean Magicka flows into Oblivion too? So I've always seen it as a direct hole, because like if we look up, I'll go to nighttime here. Like, if we look up at the night sky, you can see directly into Aetherius, right? You don't see any... Like, if we saw Oblivion first, I think it would be pure black or something. Oh, it's clouds. Okay, never mind. I guess we can't get a look at the skyline. But yeah, I don't know. It should go through into Oblivion, I suppose. But the way that, like, what lore suggests is that Magicka does not flow into Oblivion, because a lot of the lore books state that, like, oh, well, how does Magicka get into Oblivion? And there's all these theories about it. So it seems to be like, somehow it doesn't. I don't know. But it would stand to reason, like, it makes sense. Shade.
What's the story? What is it?
That it would go into Oblivion at a first glance. But the lore doesn't seem to support that.
I can't believe we lost another to that bunch. Well done taking care of the contract, though. We can't afford to lose any of them these days. Here's your payment for completion of the contract. I think it's time for us to discuss the Blackwood Company a bit. They weren't always a threat. Small-scale mercenary band, until Riza Kar took over. Then came the fat Imperial contracts. After a mission in Blackmarsh, they set up shop in Leowin, more ruthless than ever. It needs investigating. First, though, you need advancement.
Sorry, I just totally burped. That was my bad. I usually mute my mic when I have to do something gross.
Your service to the guild has not gone unnoticed. Henceforth, you will carry the rank of Defender. I've got something for you, but we're not going to talk about it here. I want you to meet me at my house after sundown. We'll talk more then. Later.
For Athelia specifically, couldn't she just draw Magicka from a reality where she's still a Magna Key, or she just remembers how to do it? It's weird to do mental gymnastics to justify Athelia in her storyline. I get a lot of people who try to come up with theories for Athelia. TBH. I mean, couldn't she draw Magicka from a reality where she's still a Magna Key? I don't know. I got no idea. There's nothing to suggest that. And like I just stated in my Magicka video recently...
I'm very happy to make your acquaintance.
Hi. Like I just stated in my Magicka video recently. Oh, now I lost my train of thought because of that lady coming up and talking to me. Yeah. Wow. Oh, like I just... Okay. Found it. Like I just stated in my lore video recently, the only sources saying that a Daedra can use Magicka both come from that one conversation in the Gold Road chapter. There's nothing else to suggest in lore that Daedra use Magicka just outrightly like that. And, again, a Daedric prince's power... A Daedric prince is their realm, and the realm is the prince. That's what we hear time and time again. The realm is the prince is the realm. So, for Athelia to not draw her power from her Daedric realm, then is even worse, because it begs the question of, why does she have a realm anyway? What is Mirrormore? Why is it in Oblivion? There's, like... Mirrormore is the real problem that I have with Athelia. I don't mind the idea of another Daedric prince, like I said. Jigalag is one of my favorites, but... Like, Athelia having her own Daedric realm, I think, disrupts stuff. And, yeah, she just, I don't know. It's like, I can't get away from her. She was in one DLC, and she's just, like, a lore explosion.
Good.
She's a lore catastrophe.
We've got duties to attend to. We'll talk later. Meet me at my house after dark. I've been looking into them, heard some disturbing things. We know they're a danger to us, and we know they're good at what they do. Good question. I've heard stories, but nothing I can prove is true. Maybe they've... All I know for sure is that they'll accept any contract, and they'll do anything to complete it. And they don't care who gets in the way. Velena's gotten tentative since the Blackheart mission. She's worried about getting us killed. But we're just getting killed a little bit at a time. That mission was the start of it. That was when Vitelis was killed. We were contracted by a wizard, Argoth, to recover an artifact from Blackheart. I went in there with 20 men. I left with 5. Vitellis wasn't one of them. He died covering our retreat. I snooped around. Apparently, they completed that contract for us. I went in there with 20 good men. I can't believe that bunch finished the job. There's more. Argoth, he's dead. The artifact gone. Sounds like a setup. Maybe they made a deal with Blackheart. I don't know. But I'll find out. Now we find out what really happened. And we let it be known. I want to show the people who the Blackwood Company really are. I can't order you to do this with me. It's dangerous, and Velena isn't going to know about it. It's your choice. We leave as soon... Let's go. Meet me at...
Athelia aside, I don't subscribe to the strict test cosmology anymore. Spikes and Wheel and 16 Realms just feels all a bit tidy for Princes of Chaos. Well, it's not the Prince's choice to decide. I think that... Here's a big thing that I think as just a philosophy for any art that you're going to create. Creating restrictions for your artwork and for your world is the most interesting thing that you can do. I saw a video of a guy talking about why Magneto is an interesting villain. And it's because Magneto does not just have flat-out telekinesis. A character with flat-out telekinesis is not that interesting, because they can constantly manipulate anything at any time. Magneto specifically is more interesting because he has the limitation that he can only use metal in his magic casting, in his mutant power. So it allows the writers to create interesting stories like, how would Magneto go about fighting the police? Well, he would just throw their guns away. Okay, how can the police retaliate against Magneto? Well, they can use rubber bullets. That type of thing. Creating restrictions creates more interesting characters. This is one of the reasons that people say that Superman is a boring character, because he doesn't really have that many restrictions. His only restrictions really are kryptonite and being in the sun, right, to recharge. So, with the Elder Scrolls universe, I find it not only completely intentional that there were, you know, the 16 Daedric realms and the 8 spokes and everything, and magic. Yeah, magic is definitely something with restrictions. It becomes more interesting in general. So, I don't think it's up to the Daedra to have 16 realms. I don't think it's up to the Aedra to have the 16 realms. I think there's an interesting... Yeah, Superman's weakness is humanity. Yeah, that's true. That's his humanity. But, Superman is not a boring character. He's a Gollum character. His character is about... I never said Superman was boring. I like Superman, but I think that broadly people don't find him interesting. I just don't believe the 16 realms are set in stone. But the thing is, if we break the seal on this and we just say you can have 17 realms, you can have 18 realms, you can have 32 realms, whatever, not only does it destroy the original symbolism of what that stood for, but it's like it no longer has meaning. And when you take meaning out of the story, it becomes less interesting to me. So I don't know. I don't think we need more than 16. And I do find it interesting too, though, if they wanted to explore this route more, and if they wanted to explore this on purpose, I would find it interesting. Athelia, in my eyes, is an oversight. But if they wanted to explore adding more realms purposefully, I'm okay with that. Because, like many people will point out, and many people have pointed out to me, as if I'm not aware, Lorcan is the 9th realm, breaking the mold between 8 and 16. So if they wanted to intentionally add 2 extra realms to create this 9 and 18 thing, then they could do that. But I think ESO's writing has been so sloppy recently. I do not believe that Deadlight and I do not believe that Mirrormore were a part of the grand equation or something to stabilize the universe. I think that they were complete oversights. If these rules are so rigid, how do you feel about Tiber Septim becoming the 9th Divine? Exactly what I was just talking about. Tiber Septim is the 9th Divine. He replaced Lorcan in the cycle. So there's always been 9 Divines, essentially. But Athelia, all of her writing is extraordinarily sloppy and lazy, and I don't think they were trying to do anything inventive with that. So, yeah. I'm not totally opposed to them screwing around with the cosmology, but I don't want to fully open the floodgates and have that be an issue.
We need to find out what happened with him. It's all suspicious to me.
I wonder who Deadlight's prince even was. I don't.
Let's go.
I don't give two tits of a rat's ass about Deadlight. That is the most boring piece of lore ESO's ever added. Like, I remember playing through that at the time, and I, like, immediately forgot it until I had to research it for that video, but it was like, oh, this used to be the realm of a Daedric prince. And it's like, this is just some level that you guys added so that way I could run through and get the book or whatever. Like, it was... that location could have been anything, and they invented... Yeah, location could have been literally anything, and they invented a whole Daedric realm that will never be explained. There was a time when there were only 8 divines. If there can be an Aedric apotheosis, would you be okay with some Daedric apotheosis? Well, no, the point is, there weren't... there have always been 9 divines. It's just that Lorcan was the 9th divine the whole time. He's the dead planet. But also, like, because... Here's the thing, okay? I almost feel like I need... can I get the paint out? Would people be upset if I got MS Paint out? Because I feel like I need to explain something that I didn't explain in my video. I think I said it, but I didn't explain it, okay? I'm gonna get the paint out. Okay. Oh, can it not capture? What the heck? Show MS Paint, please. Okay, one sec. Let me turn on some music. We're going to change up the vibe of the stream really quick. Okay? So, here's my thing. I'm going to open this up. Here, get rid of this. And this needs to be on my primary monitor, and this needs to be like this. Okay. Ah, there's the paint. Okay. So, here's the thing. Athelia feels like a Jiggalag thing. Wait, as long as you don't ego trip. Hold on. I agree with Dareloth. If we open the floodgates, then there's no stability in the monomyth. Next thing you know, we have 20 Aedra, 40 Daedric princes, and dear God, no. As long as you don't ego trip like some streamer that we will be unnamed. Yeah. Okay, so here's my thing with the spokes. And this is something that I think is missed on some people, okay? Here is... We'll do a quick little Orbis, okay? Oh, that's not great. Can I move this? Yeah, okay. Do a quick Orbis. That'll work. So, we've got 8 realms. Oh, can I not copy? Is the music too loud, by the way? Copy. No? Okay, I'll just do individual circles then. 3. It felt a little bit too loud. Okay. So this is 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. This will be fine. And this is Lorcan in the middle here, okay? So, if you have these spokes jutting out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. And then we have our Daedric realms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, oops. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, this is the Orbis. It's the magical pizza. Okay? What Vivek specifically says is, I'll type it here. The 8 spokes are the gift limbs of the Aedra. Right? So we're talking about 1, 2. Oh, that's not a tool. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are the gift limbs of the Aedra. And he's saying between these spokes, there are the 16 demon princes. I forget exactly what he says, but it's something like between these spokes lie the 16 demon princedoms. Something of the Devil Kings. Something like this, okay? And people have said that because Lorcan ascends to being the 9th divine, Talos. Talos becomes 9th divine. This does not mean that he's the 9th spoke. This is fundamental. It's something I really regret not bringing up in my video. Because the spokes, fundamentally, are the gift limbs of the Aedra. And if Talos were a spoke, Talos is in the middle, guys. Talos is the hub of the wheel. Mundus is the hub. Talos is the hub. A hub, fundamentally, categorically, cannot also be a spoke. Because what is this part in the middle going to connect to? Is it going to connect here? Oh, I just deleted everything? Okay. Is it going to connect here? Is it going to connect here? Is it going to connect here? Here? These spokes are put in place by these. These are the Aedra. These are what put the spokes in place. Categorically, again, like, Talos cannot be a spoke. He's the hub. So when people say Talos is the 9th divine, therefore there are 18 kingdoms, where are we splitting the pizza? What split are we putting in there? I always describe Talos / Lorcan as the axle that turns Mundus. Yeah, that's totally viable. I like that analogy. But yeah, so this model of the cosmos is like, I don't think, because I've seen people say that, like, you know, because of Talos, it makes it so that way there's able to be extra Daedric princes, and I just, like, I would like to see that idea explored further, but I don't agree with that take necessarily. Do something like this. Make this all artistic. Look at that. Look at that cosmic pizza. Yeah, but can we really believe anything Vivek wrote? This is not a time, actually, where Vivek is in question. What is in question, I'll write it on the screen really quick. Because this is another thing that I mentioned. This is another thing that I mentioned in that video. Okay? This guy right here. We're talking not about Vivek. We're zooming out, and we're looking at who wrote for Vivek. Michael Kirkbride uses Vivek as his self-insert OC do not steal. Vivek is used as a vessel for Michael Kirkbride to tell us all sorts of stuff. Michael Kirkbride role plays as Vivek in like servers and stuff. He is literally his OC Do Not Steal. So Michael Kirkbride is telling us through Vivek in this instance about the fundamentals of the universe. And he didn't just do this in the sermons. He also did this, again, in The Thief Goes to Cyrodiil, which is an out-of-lore source that is another out of, like, this is Vivek talking to Antibalus, is that who he's talking to? Like, this is solidified, to me, this is solidified by the writer in multiple sources of this is what he was trying to tell us. Kirkbride actually RPs as Vivek? Yes. So the cosmology is like, I think, set in stone. I think it was meant to be set in stone. Now, does Michael Kirkbride work at Bethesda anymore? No. So we can get rid of him. If they want to change this, they can. If they want to change this, they totally can. But I think you need to then come out and specifically say Vivek's cosmology was wrong. Because so far, we've been working off of Vivek's cosmology for a while because that's what we've had. So the Aedra and the Divines are different. Yes, the Divine, and this is another reason. Okay, here's another thing. People say that I'm an Imperial supporter, or I'm an Imperial simp. I goddamn am, because the Imperials have cosmology correct. Okay? And the reason for this is, we can verify that Dwemer Orrery notes that the divines in the sky are the Imperial deities. How do you spell deities? Deities. This is why I think that the Imperials probably have things more correct than other people. Because a group of atheists, the Dwemer, have said in their own cosmology, they cited them as Zenithar, Mara, you know, the whole shebang. So, where's Athelia? Athelia is right up here. Athelia is right there. That's where Athelia exists. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, this is just basic thoughts that I've always had about the, well, not that I've always had, but that I've had recently. The Dwemer also ended up so fundamentally incorrect that they snapped themselves. Yeah, but I think that, like, people don't, like, this is one reason that I don't find Orky as a deity, like, that's just, like, kind of a Nord thing. I don't know. I don't know, guys. This is my, like, little spiel about cosmology really quick, but I really, like, I wrote this, that Talos being the hub means that he can't be a spoke, but people don't often read the screen in my videos. They just listen to the videos, which is fine, but, like, I really should have said this part out loud, because I fundamentally, you know, Talos is the hub. Talos cannot be a spoke. So there's a lot of things with this whole cosmology stuff that I just think Bethesda doesn't want to touch. It's like, this is Todd Howard here, and he's like, he doesn't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole, right? I don't know why he's got the most gigantic torso in the world, but he doesn't want to touch any of this with a 10-foot pole. Like, I'm not even going to say Todd Howard. I will say, like, average Bethesda. No, actually, hold on. God, Pagliulo. Like, if I were Emil, I wouldn't want to touch any of this stuff because this is intimidating. Because this stuff, love Kirkbride or hate him, this stuff is very interestingly written. And so, when you're just like some random guy, though, at ZeniMax Online, and you're like, I think it'd be cool to have Athelia be the next Daedric Prince. Okay, that has a broader context. Like, I don't know. You have to think about all the ramifications of your actions, is basically what I'm getting at here. And ZeniMax Online clearly didn't think fully when they added in Athelia. It feels like, oh, it would be cool to have another Daedric Prince, so we're just going to add another Daedric Prince. It doesn't feel like they thought about any of this seriously, which is upsetting when you have someone like me who's a complete fucking nerd about this stuff and really cares about it. It just is like, it gives cognitive dissonance when I think about it. Because Athelia flies in the face of all this stuff that was previously established. But there are no consequences if we send her to a universe where consequences don't exist. Yeah. But Tall Papa, Lecky, and the like kind of break this a bit. So another thing, too, with cosmology in Elder Scrolls, especially like early Kelpic stuff, is I think in the beginning of time, time was freeform. And that was pre-Akatosh, or pre-White Gold Tower type stuff. Time was freeform. It was all like just a big dragon break type thing happening. So that's why we get all these different myths of creation and stuff, because there's likely different stuff that happened during that time. But I think that what Michael Kirkbride was trying to tell us was that this is the current iteration of the Elder Scrolls universe. This is what it looks like now, I believe, is what we're being told. But again, at the end of the day, I don't know. This is just my thoughts on how things got messed up. So, anyway, we'll get back to Oblivion. We'll get back to Oblivion. Thank you for that lore bomb. You're welcome. It's fun to draw.
Greetings and we need to check out Arpenia. Come on, I'll follow you.
Salutations.
Yeah, if anyone would like to join the Discord, feel free. There's a link on my channel to join. We always have fun discussions there. Do more paint streams? Oh, I've thought about doing an entire stream where we just do paint, if people would watch that. Love coming to history class? Yeah, you're welcome. But like, you know, there's more stuff like
This is the part where you
with Elder
fall
Scrolls
down and bleed to death.
Like, I got told by somebody today in my comments that that the constellations are a pure gameplay thing with the buffs and debuffs they give your character and whatnot. But that I'm pretty sure there are sources in lore that back up the gameplay forces behind the birthstones. Or the birth signs and standing stones and stuff. So but that person didn't provide a source. If you're gonna correct me on something or give your opinion on it, like, I don't know, we all know, like, opinions are like armpits. They stink and we all have them. Like, give me a fact that you know about something, or cite a source. Or that's like my biggest pet peeve with comments, is when people don't cite a source. By the way, you're a little bit quiet compared to the game sounds right now. Oh, that is because... Oops. That's because I normally have the game turned down a little bit more, so this should be better. Thank you for pointing that out. When we swapped from Paint, I put the volume of Oblivion back to full, but I usually have it so that way I'm louder than the game, so you guys can, you know, we can talk and chit-chat and whatnot. I can watch any bozo play Oblivion. You're the only one who can make fine art. Thank you. Pantheons are constructed realities based on institutional determinations of how the universe is structured. Fits with the franchise's critique on imperialism. Dude, why am I slowly dying? Slowly dying. Yeah, no, I think that does make some sense. I think that totally makes some sense. Is this whole room filled with poisonous gas? I can't do the Germa gas noise. Gas. Oh. Won't stop till you reload or save. Well, I'll reload to get this to stop. This is awful. Opinions are like buttholes version. Yeah, I mean, either one works. Opinions are like assholes. As a FromSoft fan, people not citing sources is a massive peeve of mine as well. Yeah. Yeah, like, if you're gonna have a theory, like, show me where it came from. Don't just give it on vibes. I swear there were two voices screaming in unison. That's why I looked at Modron, because I thought that he was dying as well. Oh, hey. Pressure plate. It also stacks if you stand in the gas area. I had the same issue. And then we'll do a little bit of a quick save. Oh, dude, I was so tired today when I came home from work. Like, I feel much more relaxed and at ease now, but, like, I had a crazy huge day at work. Just, like, busy. I went into the pool and I was, like, swimming with some kids. I was racing this one dude. This one kid who's, like, 13. The same one that was AI generating stuff. I also am always like... Because I remember I told one kid at one point that I had a YouTube channel. I think I might have shown him. It was back when I had like 100 subscribers. I still wonder, I'm like, does that kid remember that? Probably not. I also think Kirkbride as a religious studies major. Most religious people are not mono-religious, despite major organized religions wanting them to be. I imagine Kirkbride was also thinking about these contradicting realities when writing. Yeah. It just seems like... The way that I've always seen people try to interpret it is that, like, Orky is real, and so is Malakath, and so is RK. That's what I see people fight for a lot, is that there's all these multiple beings out there that are one. And I like the interpretation that it's like, no, it's just one god, maybe, that got, like, culturally misconstrued by different people or something. But where the cognitive dissonance really starts to dive in for me is when we have, like... Oh, this sucks. This is awful. Oh, it stopped. Nope, it didn't. I do love you giving lore streams, though. It's fun responding to people, and you're very knowledgeable, which doesn't surprise me after your deep dives. Yeah. Yeah, it's been very fun to dive into. Okay, so don't go down into the poison area is what I'm learning here. Main issue for me with Nordic lore is that there's so little that it makes it confusing. Yeah, well, in Skyrim didn't help with, like... oh god, I keep going in here. Jesus Christ. And then this is the locked room that we shouldn't go in. Okay, I'm just gonna use my acrobatics here. Oh. Okay. I know I have a jump spell, and it's called something. Where are you? The carrion flight. This is it. You don't have enough magicka, so I believe what I did was I had a spell called Magnus's Gift. Yeah, Fortify Magicka and Fortify Intelligence. So we do this first. We give ourselves enough magic to cast Potions of Sorcery. And then we go to our spell, which was the Carrion Flight. Do that. Now we can jump up here. Okay. And then this is where I already was, right? Yeah, so I don't know... Oh, wait, but no, okay. I'm on the right track. I want to see if we can just get through this, at least. So... The other way? And there's nothing over here. Damn. So then what the hell? Where are we going? Get up there? Yeah, I've already been up here. Wow. God, that is so annoying. Is there a certain spot you have to stand at in one of the first rooms? It took me like 30 minutes to do this quest. Oh, like a pressure plate? Is there anything further to do in this room? I don't think so. We're looking for evidence of the Blackwood Company. I actually don't remember what the evidence is. Again, it's been a while. Yeah, maybe we just jump up here. fine. I'll take the boring way. It's like in that scene in Spaceballs where he's like, no beaming, no more beaming. He just walks over one room. Okay, this isn't the poison room. Your armor broken? Yeah, I just hate the minigame. I really do hate repairing. I think it's so boring. Or, not boring, tedious. Tedious is the word. Because then I just have to spam R on my keyboard and give myself carpal tunnel. This is like, I'm gonna mention this in my review too. Like, some of the shit they decided to change is great, and then other stuff they decided to keep in is awful. Like, why did you keep repair the same way that it was? It's not fun at all. No, dude, we get infected with the poison if we come up here too? Oh, okay, no, never mind. No repair all, plus the constant threat of breaking your hammer. Yeah, exactly. They could have reworked the way that this skill system works, but they didn't. Because we needed to get a new voice actor for the Wood Elves, for some reason. I don't understand that. Ah, have we been this way? It looks like it, because this is... Oh, no. Okay, hold on. No, I've been up here already. Dude, what do you think,
Let's
Roger?
look around. I saw Valus Odile at the Grey Mare again.
Okay.
We need to find out what happened with him.
Yep.
Later.
Just a spot in the room with a floor spike trap? Circle the whole room and try that? Dude has to walk with you? Oh. Is it in here? So here's the floor trap. Maybe he'll come with? I'd love to know what happened to my friend. Ah, yeah, come with me. Dude is walking.
Nothing. I knew
Oh.
it. Azani Blackheart isn't here, alive or dead. The bastards. There was no battle. Azani must have made a deal with the Blackwood Company. My guess is that they paid him off. They get the weapon for Argoth, collect the payment, and tell Azani where the mage is. Easy for Blackheart to retrieve the weapon and collect on it.
What do we do now?
We find Blackheart and get that weapon. We'll finish this contract and let all of Cyrodiil know what happened here. Blackheart has a fascination with these Ayleid ruins. There's one northeast of here, Atatar. My bet is that he moved his base there. I'll lead.
Okay.
We'll show them.
Yeah, one thing with my confidence level for like esoteric lore increasing is just like making that tower lore video was insane. It was an insane project. And I had to like very heavily research for that. So I did ingest a lot of that lore in a very real way. But yeah, definitely a lot more familiar with it now. Okay, wait an hour. Grey Mare? Like the Bannered Mare? Skyrim reference? Do Oblivion and Skyrim share a universe? Great question. Okay, something tells me he has like 2 HP and he keeps walking into a spike trap. That's the vibe I'm getting from this. What enemy is aggroed on me? Something up here? Oh, it's something down there. That's even worse. Quick save? Go down in the poison room for like half a second. Okay. Now we can leave. Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay. Oh, well. Wow, he's goated. Do you like werewolves or vampires better? I don't like either, but if I had to choose, I'd say werewolves. I actually, here's the thing. I like werewolves. I like werewolves in lore. I think they're really cool. I don't think their gameplay is fun in Skyrim. So if you're asking me in Skyrim specifically, I don't like either. If you're asking me in lore, I think that that werewolves are cooler. I guess either way, I think werewolves are better. Sorry, Dareloth, you're just wrong about this. I've said many times before, I don't like Elder Scrolls vampires sleeping in coffins. I don't like that they do all the things that regular vampires do, because it doesn't make any sense why they would do that. I think vampirism in Elder Scrolls should be an STD. I think it should involve seduction more. I don't think being goofy guys who are, you know, live in a castle and coffins and stuff. Vampires are better in all media objectively. I think vampires are corny. I think they're very corny.
We don't have... We'll show them.
Like Dracula is a corny character. A guy with a cape and fangs. They have so many niche, weird, specific rules. I don't understand how they came about from LeMay Balfag's corpse. And I understand that, like, vampires in Elder Scrolls are different than vampires in real life, but, like, if we're just talking about vampires in real life, I think they're very corny characters. When Dracula was written, capes weren't corny. That's fine. I think capes are cool. I think Dracula's cape is silly, with the big collar. Come on, Modron. You are so slow, dude. Wear anything seems kind of dumb in a world full of beast races. Vampires are sexy. Again, agree to disagree. Something about a corpse is not super sexy to me. He wouldn't get it. Yeah. No, in general, both are definitely strange in test, which is, again, why... The only reason I say I think werewolves are cooler in lore is I just think cursing is cool. That's it. I don't specifically... like I said at the beginning, I don't really like either. They're not my favorite things. Flalu would disagree, yeah. Daedra are where it's at in the sexy department. That I can agree with. That's real shit. Arsene's the cool uncle that offers you pot. Yeah, based. Janice Hasseldor could get it. Janice Hasseldor... You know, I never realized how many Oblivion NPCs people want to fuck, and it's all male NPCs. Maybe that's what I'm missing out on. How's it going, Sam? I like the fact that vampires have subspecies in Tess. Yeah, I think vampires in Tess, like the whole different familial lines are interesting. Like the clans. In Kano, I don't care, fight me. Yeah, see, this is just where I have got no stake in the game. Nocturnal does have large twilight sepulchres. I can't think of a single female NPC in Oblivion that people are horny for. No, there's none. Absolutely none. I hear a lot of elf enjoyers in this community too. Like a lot of high elf people with the Incano thing specifically. On God, I want Namira to vomit on my chest type shit. That is that's a new sentence, my man. I think we got on this topic last time that I was playing this game. We were talking, like, I was doing some mundane shit, and then we all started talking about horny test fandom people. Isn't Namira just a homeless woman? Some people are into that, man. For some people, economic status is a turn-on. That was fire? Thank you. Okay, let's see if Modron can make it. Oh yeah, that was not as smooth that time.
You're pathetic.
If I was into guys, I'd say Lucian LeChance. See, Lucian... I like Lucian as a character. Total red flags everywhere. That guy's a red flag factory, man. Any Dark Brotherhood NPC really is like... That's not good. I can fix Syl. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Syl in the remaster? God damn, dude. The Syl redesign was crazy.
You can do?
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm!
You think Sanguine would like sitting in the cuck chair? I think Sanguine would like just participating in anything like that, yeah. Oh, more shit falling. more shit falling from the ceiling. I can't fix Syl, but she can break me. Real shit. This chat has never been more real. I'm telling you, the Syl redesign in this remaster was insane. I was like one of those cartoon characters. My like jaw unhinged and my tongue dropped out of my mouth and then rolled on the floor. I guess I do have a bow. I don't think I have many arrows, though. Did you go Awuga? Yep. Straight up. I wonder if we can hit this rat through the bar. There we go. Nice and quiet, finally. Okay, never mind. Whatever developer decided to put these little rats down here, I hope they stub their toe today.
Now you will know pain.
Oh, what's the matter? Is the baby gonna cry?
Nice. I think I'm gonna be mad forever about how all post-Oblivion Dagon lore just made him sick. Yeah, I always like citing his thing in Skyrim. His quest in Skyrim where he just goes, "Kill Silas."
It's a fight you want. It's a fight you'll get.
He's just evil for no reason.
Die, damn you! You'll never take me down.
Really?
This ends here.
Yep. Blackheart's ring. Azani Blackheart in a different universe could have been a cool Elder Scrolls Legends unique.
Azani Blackheart is dead, and our brothers avenged. Dead, finally. Good work. Did you retrieve his ring? I want that as proof that the Blackwood Company didn't defeat him.
Yep.
You've got it. Good. I'll use it to prove it was we, not the Blackwood Company, who killed him. Good work on this. Now get out of here. I'm going to head back to Coral. When there's more to do, I'll let you know.
Okay.
Your accomplishments are impressive. Because of this, I bestow upon you the rank of Warder of the Fighters Guild. Bye. Stay away!
What? Stay away. Alrighty. I can't believe they decided to write up Athelia instead of bringing Jigalag to the table. They literally hate him for some reason. I have a feeling he might have something to do with the main plot of Elder Scrolls 6. I just get that vibe from how they haven't touched him since he was introduced, but I don't know. It kind of gives me like how ESO doesn't touch Hammerfell ever. It kind of feels like that. Where it's like a weird part of the lore that should be addressed, but just hasn't been. That's the joke, Elder Scrolls 6 is a myth, yeah. It's a bedtime story that mothers use to get their children to sleep. When you guys were kids, did you have like a favorite Grimm's fairy tale? I don't know if that's like a very niche thing, but like my God damn it. My dad used to read me a book of Grimm's fairy tales, and there was this one, I think it was called The Man of the Sea or something like that, and it went something along, yes, I was a goth kid. Nice. Kids our age had goosebumps, so probably. I did not have a copy of Grimm, so no. Yeah, my dad had one. My favorite one, it was called The Man of the Sea, or something like that. And, it was about this fisherman. Or no, I think it was called The Fisherman's Wife. It was about this fisherman. He goes out and he goes out to the sea. And he catches a fish. And the fish looks at him, and the fish starts to talk. And the fish tells him, he goes, "Oh, please, I'm actually not a fish. I was turned into a fish by a witch, and I'm actually a very powerful prince. And I can grant you a wish if you just let me free." And the fisherman looks at the fish and he goes, he's like, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry for your tragedy. You don't need to grant me a wish or anything. I'll just release you back to the sea if that's what you wish." And so he releases the fish back into the ocean. The fish thanks him. And the fisherman then returns to his wife back in their ditch where they live. And the wife, he tells his wife the story. He's like, "Yeah, I caught this fish today. It was a magic prince, and he offered to give me a wish." And then she goes, "Oh my god, what did you wish for?" And he's like, "Well, I didn't wish for anything. I just dropped him back in the ocean." And then she goes, "What?" She's like, "We live in a ditch, and you didn't think that it would be a good idea to ask the magic prince for a way to get us out of this ditch?" And he goes, "Well, if that's what you'd like, I can go back and try to catch the fish tomorrow. And then maybe I can ask him for this wish." And she goes, "Yeah, you should do that."
To you.
And so he goes, and he goes back to the ocean. He catches the fish. Once more,
I don't know you,
fish comes
but I
up.
don't care to know you.
He goes, "Hey, I saw you yesterday." I'm simplifying it, but he's like, "Hey, I saw you yesterday. I went home to my wife, and she was asking me, you know, if she wanted a wish." And he says, I still remember the phrase, it's something like, "O man of the sea, come listen to me, for Alice, my wife, the plague of my life, has sent me to beg a boon of thee." I think that's what he says to the ocean, then the fish comes up. He doesn't catch it again. But he says that, and the fish comes up, and he goes, "Hello." And then, yeah, he's like, "Hey, my wife wanted me to just ask for a little cottage instead of a ditch for us to live." And the fish says, "You know what? I respect that. I respect that you put me back in the ocean without asking for a wish, so I'll grant your wish." And he grants him the wish. They go back, and the cottage is there. His wife Alice is there in the cottage, and she's like, "Oh my god, isn't this amazing? We don't have to live in a ditch anymore." Then a couple days go by, and she is talking to her husband, and she's like, "You know what would be better is if we lived in a mansion." And he's like, "What?" And then she's like, "Yeah, we could, instead of a cottage, we could live in a huge mansion." And then she's like, "Go back and talk to that fish again. Get us a mansion." And he's like, "Okay." And so then he goes back to the fish, and the water this time in the lake is a little bit murkier. It's still like clean water, but it's just a little bit murkier. It's like some sand has been kicked up or something. And then he says, "Oh, Alice, my wife, the plague of..." he says, "Oh, man of the sea, come listen to me, for Alice, my wife, the plague of my life, has sent me to beg a boon of thee." And then the fish comes up, and he's a little bit more irritated this time. He's like, "Oh, do you need something again?" And then he's like, "Well, you see, my wife Alice, she actually wants to live in a mansion this time." And he goes, "All right." go home to your mansion then. And then he goes home, and sure enough, Alice is in this mansion. And basically, the story progressively, it gets to a point where Alice wants to live in a castle. Then she wants to live in... Oh, she wants to be king. And then every time that the fisherman goes back to the lake, or the ocean, or whatever, the water is darker and more disgusting, like bile. Water starts to basically turn into like bile. And then the final time, the moral of the story is never marry. Also, hello, Hikaru. But then finally, his wife asks to be Emperor of the Moon and Sun. And so he goes back to the fish, goes, "O man of the sea, come listen to me, for Alice, my wife, the plague of my life, has sent me to beg a boon." The fish comes up, and then the fish is like, "What do you want?" And then he's like, "Well, my wife Alice wants to be Emperor of the Moon and Sun." And then he goes, "All right, then you can go home to your ditch." And then yeah, they go back home, and Alice is in the ditch with the fisherman. So, how do we get from cottage to Empress of Moon and Sun? She like wakes up in the castle as the king, and she's like, you know, I'm tired of this. Like, she basically is like complaining about circadian rhythm, and she's like, what if I could control the sun and the moon? And yeah, it's basically just, it's kind of like the I forget what the story's called, but it's the monkey's paw curls. You know, it's kind of similar to that. It's like, don't ask for too much. Be careful what you wish for, type thing.
What can
Never
I do
marry.
for you, meat? I've got something for you. Could be tough. There are some escaped fugitives for you to find, meat.
Yeah, women be shopping. Yeah.
Some real hard cases got out of the Breville prison. Been terrorizing the locals ever since. The watch is useless, so we step in. Get to it.
Yes. Alice is a walking red flag.
Meat.
Alright, go to Breville. Story written by a man who despises women. Goddamn. Well, you gotta remember the Grimm's fairy tales are, like, hundreds of years old, so... Okay, we'll go to Breville. But I always liked that one. I always just liked the, I liked how the guy, just like the fisherman, just seems so fed up with everything.
Excuse me.
Reminds me of how so many old stories have evil stepmothers. Yeah. There was one that I really liked in Grimm's Fairy Tales that actually had like a pretty positive ending. It was called like The Story of the Four Brothers or something. And now that I think about it, like the Alice, my wife one, my dad and I quote that one a lot because it's just funny. The whole little speech he gives. But there was one that was it was about four brothers, and they go off on a quest, and they each get sent off by their father to do various different tasks. Like, one of them goes to school to become a carpenter, one of them goes to school to become a tailor, one of them goes to school to become a knight, or goes like, they go like away for these trades. You know, so one of them learns to become a knight, and then one of them becomes a fletcher, or something like that. And they all come back to their hometown after the death of their father, and there's like a dragon who's stolen a princess, and they all together use their skills to like defeat the dragon. It's really interesting. I forget exactly how the story goes, but I always thought that one was really cool. Because it's like very unique ways that they all use their skills, I remember. Okay. Back here. I admire your wowing skills, Dareloth. I don't know what that means.
You have word.
I used to think you... Sure, I know about them. Look, you didn't hear it from me, but rumor is they're hiding out in Bloodmane Cave. 4 of them. Bad news.
Would have ditched her. Nice. In Japanese folklore, there's a story like that, but the fish is magic. Fisherman brings the fish home, learns that he shouldn't eat the fish because it's magic. Daughter eats it and she dies. Rest in peace.
Bye. What's going on with...
I thought you were talking about the 3 princesses of Serendip, but I don't know about a dragon there. Yeah, no, I don't think it's... Like, if you're talking about World of Warcraft... Oh, no, that's different. Sorry. No, definitely, I don't know what the 3 princesses of Serendip is. Wowing around is like jumping from thing to thing mindlessly in a game like someone would do in World of Warcraft when bored. Ah, okay, yeah. No, I'm an expert at that. Wowie zowie, you actually bought the slop. I like your John Pork profile picture. I remember when I was subbing in a 5th grade class a couple of years ago, there were these kids that thought that John Pork was the funniest thing in the world, and they were convinced he was real. They were totally convinced he was real. Ever play RuneScape? No. I have not ever played RuneScape. Imagine their reactions when they learned he died. No, they were all going around there. They were like, John Pork died. What's that sword? This is a custom sword that I made. It's a madness sword.
This is none of your business.
I love the Oblivion quirk where, like, you can kill an enemy, like, before their health bar fully depletes, the game reads them as dead. And so they fall over as their health is taking over. It's one of my favorite things. Something I love about Oblivion is that these bandits with full ebony armor, which costs more than what they will ever earn in 4 lives combined, are just chilling in a dirty cave. Yeah, Oblivion enemy scaling is funny. John Pork achieved Kim. Yeah, well, maybe.
What's that? You shouldn't have come for us!
I mean, like, if it was just Daedric armor, it would make sense lore-wise, because Daedric armor would be in high circulation with all the Dremora that are pouring in. But the fact that it's, like, glass, Daedric, all the shit, doesn't help that argument. Bandits in Skyrim still spawn with, like, glass and Dwemer weapons. Yeah, that's true. It is crazy, like, you go from Morrowind to, like, to any of these other games in the series after it. The prices. Like, glass armor was worth so much in Morrowind. Like, 10,000... I think it's like 8,000 gold for legs and and shoes and stuff, and like 12,000 for a sword or something like that, or a chest piece. And then in this game, it's like, yeah, it's like maybe 400.
A pleasure to see you.
You have the hands of a hero.
Nothing's that expensive in Morrowind when you meet the mud crab. True.
Talking mud crab merchant. Read my lips. Mouth parts.
You have the hands of a healer.
Yup. Alright. Peace out, Soul Angel.
You've got a contract to take care of. What? Took care of all of them, did you? And you're still alive. Fantastic. You're full of surprises. Here's your payment. Good work. Go hurt something.
I don't think he has any more contracts.
Nothing now. Not. Take care.
Did this game have smithing from ingots? It did not. Smithing was introduced in Skyrim. Okay. Azan and Anvil. Saw a meme of a Waffle House located inside an Oblivion gate a couple weeks after the remaster dropped. That's good.
You have the hands of a healer.
You have the hands.
I would love... I've said for a while I want an Elder Scrolls game where you play as a Dromora inside of an Oblivion realm. I wouldn't even mind, like...
Walk with virtue, friend.
if the story was a little bit more railroaded, but I just want to see, like, how Dromora society works. I'd love to see that. Dude, what is Azan doing in his free time? Can we all just ask that for a second? What is he doing? I mean, I'll leave it alone for now, but...
Greetings, champion. I'm at your service. An all-female gang of thieves has been recently plaguing Anvil with a very unique method of robbing. They pick on only the men.
This is not a...
Want to help us do something about it?
This is not a Fighters Guild quest. That's its own thing.
Good to see you're looking for more work. There's certainly more to be done. I need you to help Alante of Alinor.
Oh, playing as a Dromora would be a great idea for a roguelike. Yeah, that'd be a cool idea. I would love a Tess roguelike.
Alante is a scholar interested in researching Daedra worship. Meet her in Brittle Rock Cave, help her find the shrine, and keep her safe. That's what Alante is studying.
Yep, we have every
Go
single
protect
Daedra
Alante.
shrine unlocked. So, shouldn't be a problem. I forgot about this quest. I've honestly forgotten about a lot of these quests. Like, the Azan and Burz Grokesh quests are kind of boring, I will say. They're just very basic, like, go here, do this thing, and then move on with your day. Which is, to be fair, like, it's kind of what I signed up for with the Fighters Guild. But...
Hello there. How would you like to get my husband Gogan out of hot water?
Oh, no, not really. Sorry, wrong quest. I know what happens there. We children are starving. ESO already made a dating game. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Now we need an Elder Scrolls roguelike. If they had, like, Risk of Rain, but it was Elder Scrolls, that would be my dream. Get a quest for someone summons you? Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be, like, a cool story beat in a moment where, like your character is...
Oh yes, how do you do?
Is, potentially... about to die, and then you get summoned by someone to get out of it. That'd be cool.
Ah, you must be from the Fighters Guild. Excellent. I'm looking forward to our investigation. Fascinating subject, these Deidre.
Yeah, Fighters Guild is more like the Morrowind questlines for sure. The Mages Guild is, to an extent, with the recommendations.
Yes, let's investigate. And keep on your toes.
Okay.
What can I do? Stay close, please.
Isn't the shrine actually in here? Yeah, I'm gonna just sprint ahead of her and hopefully clear everything out, and hopefully some rocks don't fall. Oh my god. Oh, yeah, this woman would die. Okay, there's that. This is a statue of Nocturnal in here? Oh. A woman of class. Okay, nothing down here. Other way. God damn. This is just an Oblivion portal. Well, at least we have like the most OP spell in existence. There we go. Okay, is she moving on her own? Yeah, this is a Molag Bal statue. That's not good. I don't think I want to help this lady out. What's the spell? The spell is a custom spell that I made. It's, let's see if I can find it here. Oh, it's called Explosion. Just 20 fire damage on touch, 20 frost, 20 shock. I also should have put weakness spells on this, but maybe I didn't do that for a reason. But yeah, it does 60 damage in a single hit every time, which is not, it's not unsubstantial. Okay. I'll just click Q and walk behind her. Everyone loves Serana, but she's a Baal worshiper. I don't think she actually worships Molag Bal. It's one thing to be connected to Baal. It's another thing to worship him. Like, we never see her outrightly worship Molag Bal.
Shall we go?
Yep. Oh, we're going this way? In the Baal quest where you trap the guy, if you wait, she prays. Well, she's just coded to interact with the environment. Like, that's like, I bet if you brought Freya there, she would do the same thing. Skyrim's interiors feel very claustrophobic after Elden Ring. Skyrim's interiors are very closed together. Very cramped.
Excellent. A fine example of a Daedric shrine.
It's a Daedric shrine. Is the quest over? Okay, she just stays here. I think.
Yes?
Oh, we should keep moving? Oh, she's ready to leave. Again, man. Oh, shit.
I think I'll study this shrine a bit longer.
Okay, cool.
Thanks again.
Yeah, Bethesda, for your next game, man, like, please, tell these voice actors how to pronounce these words. Hi, Dareloth. Serana unfollows you doing the House of Horrors quest. She does not follow Molag, but respects him. Hello. For one. But yeah, for two, no, I did not know that she was even, that she could be down there or anything whatsoever, so I don't believe that she is a follower or worshiper. It's their accent. Yeah.
You have the hands of a healer.
Molag's balls. I used to be in an
You will
ESO
have the
guild
hands
with
of a
this
healer.
older lady. I don't know how old she was. Thanks for all the wonderful content. Well, thank you for the wonderful comments. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know how old this woman was, but she used to call Molag Ball Molek balls.
A pleasure to speak with you.
And that it's always stuck with me. Molek balls.
You finished,
Like, why not?
You've been doing a good job, and under a lot of scrutiny. I've been authorized to promote you to the rank of Guardian. Good work. I understand. Take care.
Is the name Molek Balls really that much crazier than Molag Ball? It's really not.
Greetings, Imperial.
So I would never correct her. It can be Molek Balls, if that's what she wants.
Can I help you, brother?
Molag be ballin', that's true. He'll never be balling. Molag ballin'. Spits out cereal. Serana strikes me as a former religious kid from an evangelical household. Oh, yeah. What did I come back to? Difficult to say, really. Oh.
It's good to have a bit of good news in these dark times. What can I do for you, Hero of Coral?
Hero of Coral? I don't recall being called that in the past.
I've got another job for you. It's a sensitive one. I need you to find Varanus Daunton. I sent him on a mission to Forsaken Mine. He and some others were supposed to clear the place of trolls. Haven't heard back from them in days. I want you to go check it out. I don't need to tell you how sensitive a matter this is. Get moving and report back to me as soon as possible.
How's it going, Neapolitan Farkin name? Sorry for sounding sassy earlier. Oh no, don't, dude. Do not worry about it.
You can do it.
You're smart and cool and pretty, and your voice is nice. That being said, don't make me raise my voice at you again. Yeah, no, you're good. Totally fine. Honestly, both of them, it's like... They died trying to serve the people. It is kind of insane that there's just like rats and crabs down here. Like, what did these guys die to? I think there might be a troll later on. Also, these Oblivion caves, like, oh my god, they always... I feel like I'm in a, like, a circus mirror maze every time I'm in one of these places. Yeah, there's the troll. Was this what the coal mines were like? Probably more trolls, but yeah. Similar. Okay, there are a lot of trolls. I'll give them that. Okay. A bloody journal. Let's read it. Sundas. It has been 2 weeks since Vitellis' death, and I fear that Mother will never... Well, hold on. Reset. It has been 2 weeks since Vitellis' death, and I fear that Mother will never truly accept the fact that he is gone. She visits his grave nightly, though I do not believe she knows. I have seen her go. She speaks to him there, apologizing for sending him on his last mission. I know in my heart that he would have sought no other end. Better to die fighting for the honor of the guild than to waste away in a life of relative safety. Midas. Another day of barracks duty. It's been a full month since I've given a contract, any contract. My time is spent polishing weapons and training with the new boots. Edward and I have spoken at length about this. His reasoning, as always, is sound. Mother fears for my safety, and for the safety of the guild. This is a terrible weight for her to bear. Perhaps when our numbers have risen, she will once again feel comfortable allowing me to perform my duties. Morndus. Thank the gods for Edward. I fear without him I would go mad. His constant companionship keeps me hopeful that I will one day be returned to active duty. Until then, we have each other. He has willingly foregone lucrative contracts in order to help me pass the days. A truer companion I could not imagine. Lourdes. Some days I question whether or not I am fit to be a guild member. Perhaps Mother's fears for my safety not because of Varanus, but because of my own abilities. Am I a failure in her eyes? Does she believe me to be less of a man than Varanus? Tertus. Finally. Her freedom. Finally a contract. I was sent with one of our newer members to investigate a disappearance in Non-Will Cavern. It was nothing glamorous, but I am glad for the opportunity to see some action. I doubt, however, that Mother even knew about the contract, as the order came directly from Orion. It is good to see that he still has faith in my skills and my ability to keep that new boot alive. Lourdes. Again, nothing. It seems my only hope is that Orion will find another contract for me, though contracts are harder and harder to come by with the increasing presence of the Blackwood Company and Cyrodiil. Edward and I spoke of them over breakfast this morning. He believes them to be nothing more than a rogue mercenary band. I fear he is as naive as he is beautiful. The Blackwood Company bears watching. I've been given another contract, clearing out some trolls that have been troubling miners. And Edward is to accompany me. I can't think of better news. This is exactly what I need. Edward is dead, along with the rest. I fear I will follow shortly. The fighting grew heavy with the trolls, but was under control. Then came the Blackwood Company. They were like madmen. Trolls, men, myrrh, fell to their blades. It was inhuman. Blackwood Company gone quick as they came. Edward fought bravely. All did. Rest now. I hear trolls. I'm sorry, Mother. Dang, that was a sad story. Rest in peace, Varanus. Alright. Let's go. Edward and him were just friends. Yeah, for sure. Historians would call them friends. Is this where the shield is, or was that done already? That was done already. We got the shield. Dareloth, would you ever cover Fallout lore? Probably not. Fallout just doesn't really, like, interest me as much as it does other people. I played a lot of Fallout 4. Played a decent bit of New Vegas. Played like 80 hours of 76. Okay, hey Dareloth, could you please just say... Here, hold on. I'm gonna turn everything off in-game. Actually, I can just do that here. I will turn all of my game audio off, and I will say this for you. Okay? That way it's just pure my voice here. The Throngler. And there you go. I will absolutely be using it as a soundbite for my next D&D party. Well, you got it. My mans. Yep, I got you. There's a function you can do on YouTube where you can clip something. You can clip that. That's for you. A man of the people, yeah. No Cameo account yet. I purchased a Cameo from David Hayter for one of my best friends for his 22nd birthday. He's a huge Metal Gear fan. So I bought a $75 Cameo from David Hayter. And honestly, I think it was worth the money. David Hayter really, I just told him like, hey, this is my buddy's name. He's turning 22. If you could like... So I have this clip of David Hayter saying, you guys know that meme from a couple of years ago? It was like, it's Tuesday, or what I like to call Wednesday, or something like that. It was just like a dumb meme. I had David Hayter say that for my friend, and then he went on a little tangent about Metal Gear lore. Yeah, free labor / outsourcing. Yeah, it is. No, not it is Wednesday, my dudes. It was a different thing. Did you end up getting the ESO dialogue you needed from that boring Portal quest? Yes, I did. I used it at the beginning of the new lore video. That's the opener for the Magica video on my channel. Okay.
You're back. What have you found out? Dead! Dead! What happened? A journal? Let me see that. Blackwood Company. Bastards! Rank amateurs! I don't like to think how Valena is going to take this news. He was my responsibility. I'll be the one to tell her. I want you to lay low for a while. Talk to Azan or grow cash. Let me deal with Valena. You've still got a career ahead of you.
By the way, I'm currently playing Death Stranding 2, no spoilers, but I am now going to get a David Hayter cameo of him saying the meme line from the game. You've opened my mind. But it's not David Hayter in Death Stranding, it's, what's his name? The guy from The Walking Dead. Oh, Norman Reedus. Norman Reedus and the Norman Fetus. In those games, in the Death Stranding games. I'm glad Modron's voice was kept. Imagine that line being redone with no emotion. Yep. I've actually noticed all of the Fighters Guild NPCs, except for the Daunton boy, have been very similar. They got rid of the rat lady. That's the point? It's the whole point? Okay, gotcha. But we don't need to do the Siren's Deception. We need to do more shitty quests. I guess I could talk to the Daunton lady. Verena.
You were Martin's friend, weren't you?
Yep. Nope, we can't talk to her about that. Okay. They redid the Cliff Racer line, which sucks. Yeah. That's terrible. Actually hearing that dialogue in the videos was satisfying. Good. I'm glad that, for people who were here, I'm glad that there was some payoff for that. They are really good lines of dialogue.
Can I help you, brother?
Would you rather be a high elf
Can
or
I
a high
help you,
elf?
brother?
Or sorry, would you rather be a high elf or a high elf? I'd rather be a high elf, dude. Honestly. Be kind of sick.
Can I help you, brother?
You're a sneaky-looking sort.
Here for more work, are you? I've got one last contract for you. First, though, a bit of bad news. Orain spoke with Valena about your last mission. She didn't take the news well. Orain has been expelled. And I'm sorry to do this, but you've been demoted to Defender. You'll be fine, though.
Got a mod to re-add the old voice lines. I was just about the new ones. I do not like any of the new lines I've heard. I don't think it's good at all.
Look, I can't promote you. Not now. I've only got one more thing on my plate for you, but it's an important one. The Stone of St. Alessia has been stolen from Bruma Chapel. I don't know if you're religious, but a lot of folks are, and the stone is important. Talk to Sirach in Bruma. He'll fill you in on the details. Talk to Sirach about
You have
that
the hands.
contract.
I'm still impressed by your turnaround time for that Magicka video, and it was satisfying after that long-ass adventure. Yeah, well, the script was written, the dialogue was recorded already, and so I actually got that one turned around pretty quickly after that because I'd sort of prepped everything in advance. Like, I got a bunch of pictures that I knew that I was going to be using. I got my sources all in a bookmark folder, so I was able to just, like, copy and paste a lot of the quotes and whatnot. So I kind of, like, I had that one nailed down, honestly. And I wanted to get that one out quickly because it had been, like, over a month since the last one. Since the Othelia video. So, yeah, I wanted to get the lore video out. It could have been longer, honestly. Like, I could have added so much stuff to that video to, like, fluff it if I really wanted to, but I didn't really
Greetings, my friend.
want it to be fluff.
You must be from the Fighters Guild. We appreciate your help. It's said the stone was blessed by Alessia herself. And while it remains in our possession, no harm may come to our church. The relic was stolen from us not long ago. A group of men was seen leaving the chapel the night the stone was stolen. We believe they were bandits. From all accounts, there were 4 or 5 of them, and they've been seen heading east on the road. Please, find the Stone of St. Alessia. Find the stone, please.
So might I ask, I've nearly 100%ed New Oblivion. I've always been wondering how much of the dialogue is old. Old dialogue that was scrubbed for better quality. Oh, like, have you not played base game Oblivion before? So, like, New Oblivion is your first experience with Oblivion?
I hate my life.
That is very funny.
So I assume you're the one who's been sent to track us down. Damn stone was more trouble than it was worth. We stole it. I won't try to hide that now. I'm all that's left now, though. We may have stolen the stone, but we weren't the last ones to do it. The lot of us got jumped by a bunch of ogres. Partial to pretty gems, it seems. I'm the only one that survived. If you want the stone, head to Cedar. Go ahead. I don't care.
Saying I could just kill him. Hid ruins of Cedar. Yeah, but it's been nearly 20 years, my man. My brain bad, no remember sounds that are 20 years old. Yeah, as someone who played this during my formative years when my brain was still jello, that was being molded, a lot of this stuff is just in my head, so. I like the new Khajiit and Argonian voices. Yeah, I like them, I just think that, well, I don't know. I think the voice actors are good. I guess. But it just takes something out of the original experience for me. Very, like, kind of like what I was saying before, like, there's so much stuff that they could have focused on rather than making new voices or re-recording old voice lines. Like, they didn't change any of the dialogue, they just re-recorded it. They changed all... Like, Wood Elves, for the most part, are just, like, one-to-one changed over with the new guy. It's like, what does that solve in the grand scheme of... like, the complaint was Oblivion has too few voice actors. So you're just gonna add one for every race again? That's silly. It's just a silly fix to that problem. And yeah, they got, like, my big thing with the Shivering Isles, like, they got rid of some of the best lines from the Shivering Isles. Oh, Stone of St. Alessia. Jurassic World Rebirth is out today. Did anyone see it? Forgot that movie was happening. No. I don't intend to see it either. What? Why? Doesn't interest me, I guess.
Have you found it? Have you brought back the Stone of St. Alessia? Ah, you found it. I can't thank you enough. Your work is greatly appreciated. Here, take these. I wish I could give you more.
I also love Michael Mack. Michael Mack is a great voice actor for the Red Guards. I watched your What is Bethesda Doing video recently and thoroughly enjoyed the part where you dunk on Emil's paper airplanes line. Yeah. That line is very upsetting to me. It's just like, how dumb does he think the fans are? You know? Like,
Look
truly.
at the muscles on you.
It's really just some of the most memorable lines being changed I don't like. The new voice actors are from Skyrim, and I don't mind them. Just feel it was a little heavy-handed. Well, yeah, and I also just think that, like, what does it really do to change all the Wood Elves being voiced by one voice actor to all the Wood Elves being voiced by one voice actor? It doesn't change anything. It just makes it so that way you're hearing a different guy over and over again.
What's the status of the Stone of St. Alessia? Have you returned it to Sirach yet? Well done. You've put in good work for me. I only wish I had more. Things are a little lean right now, as I'm sure you know. Here's your payment.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Ilya, I like you specifying the Telvanni colors and legends for people. Michael Mack and a bunch of Bethesda voice actors are in the TV show The Wire. Oh, I've heard The Wire's good. Dude, just watch you struggle to put armor on that shelf. I don't know why it wasn't letting me put it there. I was trying to clean up his room for him, but Hazan just likes stacking bowls on apples, I guess, or whatever he's doing. That's why I don't like Emil, because of that one particular moment where he revealed he thinks we're morons. It was such a ridiculous statement. Oh yeah, and giving that at like a press conference is like one of the most ridiculous things ever. That entire interaction with him. Also, can we just take a moment to appreciate the purple rooftops in the remaster in Cheydinhal? I know they're purple in base game, but like I really like the way they redesigned Cheydinhal things. Roofs. Ooh, we could get up on the balcony. But yeah, so I don't know, I just think I think that Emil giving that entire presentation was silly. It's just stupid. Those people were all insulted to their faces. They didn't even realize it. Well, you don't really get a chance to see the crowd's reaction to what he's saying, to be fair.
I assume you're back for more work, because I don't see a big need to chat with you.
Damn, Burrs.
I've got more for you. Important stuff, actually. You need to go talk to Lord Rugdumph. He's an Orcish noble, a fine man. Our families go back a bit. Anyway, his daughter is missing. Head to his estate and talk to him. Find his daughter, and mind your manners. I don't want you embarrassing me.
Just booing him.
Go help Lord Rugdumph and wipe that smile up.
Emil's greatest contribution to writing is him inadvertently making Nate a psychopathic war criminal from Fallout 4. Yeah, he, I mean, we can all agree the Oblivion Thief, or, Dark Brotherhood is good, but, Yeah, I'm not going to be singing his praises as a writer on this channel.
Speaketh Yuan.
Oh yeah, they changed his voice.
Ah, you are from the Fighters Guild, I resume. Good show. I am Lord Rugdump Groshurgak. Let us conversate on the Lady Rugbutt.
Damn. They really slaughtered my boy.
We'll see.
Yeah, see, like, what does this add to change an iconic NPC's
How
voice?
kind. I am Lord Rugdump Groshurgak. How may I persist you? I fear that whilst out rock-picking, she was apprehensive, stolen away. My suspicion is that ogres have abjected her. Please search to the east of my sprawling abode. They have been known to vacate these premises. I am most gracious and truly woeful.
God, it's just boring.
Proceedeth most urgent-like.
I'm gonna reload my save. And then I'm gonna do a hard save here, so I have a Lord Rugdump save. Reloaded.
Ah. Proceedeth.
The voice actors thing feels like a straight up, like, board meeting decision. The original VA nailed his overconfidence. What the fuck? Why change it? It feels like a board meeting decision where some people were like, people make jokes on the internet about Oblivion having weird NPCs. So, some of them need to be changed. Surely people won't like this remaster if it has the original voice actors. And it's like, people that weren't going to like this remaster just weren't going to like this remaster. You don't need to try to appease them.
I'm on your side.
It doesn't make any sense.
Do your worst.
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm.
You're pathetic. Am I supposed to be impressed? Glad you killed those things. I'd have done it myself, but apparently that's not ladylike. Let's get back to my father.
Okay.
Please, get on with it.
Damn, girl. Relax. Dang, she ugly. All the orcs are not very pretty in this game. Lord Rugdump was actually one of my name tags when I worked at Chippendales. Nice.
You found my belabored daughter. I will tell Burge Grokash about your indentures. Take this. It has been passed in my family for many generators. Ananas most soon again.
Yep, they took Linda Carter's voice and kept it in the game. Even though she reads every line of dialogue like this. And it's the grossest case of nepotism I've ever seen. For some reason, Linda Carter's voices never bothered me. She's so bad, dude. It's just as she's so like high-pitched and nasally. She's hot, so it's okay. So, for those who don't know, Linda Carter, I believe, is married to the,
To what do I owe this pleasure?
the CEO of ZeniMax or something like that. Leave her alone? No, she fucking sucks. If I'm gonna get pushback on this, it's gonna make me more resilient to this. She is an awful voice actress.
You need to go find Lady Rogbutt, meat. Why are you standing here talking to me? You got her back in one piece. Good work.
Ex-CEO. Gotcha.
You've done good work.
Okay.
Be seeing you.
Wonder Woman? Yeah.
I've got...
Oh, there's another
I've
contract?
got one more for you, meat. I assume you can handle it. I need you to investigate some disappearances at Harlan's Watch.
Just got here. More Linda Carter slander, please. Absolutely insane they kept her voice while replacing some of the best voice acting in the game. Yep.
Some folks are missing in Harlan's Watch. We've been contracted to find out what's happened. Speak to Durana Thelis for all the details. Get going.
She doesn't pronounce anything
Stop
right
wasting
ever in these
time.
games either.
Get to Harlan's Watch
And she's been in the
now.
game since Morrowind, and she doesn't pronounce anything right. She's good as Magnolia in Fallout 4. I didn't know she was Magnolia in Fallout 4.
Hello. You're from the Fighters Guild, I presume. Oh, it's good that you've arrived. We need your help with some disappearances. Some folks reported seeing strange lights near the old swampy cave. We sent folks to investigate them, but haven't seen them since. We need help. They started appearing a few nights ago. Odd, flickering lights. In the morning, there was nothing to see.
Uh-huh.
Be careful.
The Will-o'-the-Wisps. I actually don't know a lot about her except she was Wonder Woman at some point. Yeah, there was like some shitty TV show that no one's ever watched where she played Wonder Woman. And then people call her Wonder Woman because of it. I never liked people calling her Wonder Woman because it's like, it's so not a thing that, like, she's known for it because it's a, I don't know, it's the only thing she's done. She's Azura in Skyrim and ESO. Yep. This is true. What's your favorite fantasy setting besides Elder Scrolls? Pillars of Eternity has a very cool world that people neglect because it's an isometric game. Yeah, the quest with the invisible people is cool. She's known for it because boomers grew up with her. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Because, I mean, I've never seen the show. I don't know a single person that's seen the show. But people know that Linda Carter is Wonder Woman. You know? It doesn't feel like... people don't say, oh my god, she was so good in Wonder Woman. People just say, oh, she was Wonder Woman. I've never met a single person that's ever seen an episode of that show. This is the chat where Tom Holland slander is actually encouraged. So go off. I know I shouldn't be a hater, but even I am getting tired of seeing Tom Holland in every other movie, and I'm not even a big movie person. Like, if they cast Tom Holland in Elder Scrolls 6, I might be annoyed. Oh yeah, I don't know. He's okay as Spider-Man. I don't think he's groundbreaking. Or anything like that, and I think he's in a shitty universe for Spider-Man. Because Spider-Man in the Marvel Cinematic Universe is so attached to Tony Stark it hurts. It doesn't allow him to be smart independently. Bro is not Nathan Drake, yeah. No, awful casting choice. They want to cast Tom Holland as James Bond? Oh god, that can't be true. Speaking of sick, I'm sick of seeing Pedro Pascal and everything. He was miscast as Joel and Reed Richards. Yeah, he's really been in a ton of stuff too. I don't know. I haven't seen Fantastic Four or The Last of Us. I heard he was good in The Last of Us though. But no, I am getting sick of seeing him as well. Oh yeah, Rug Dump's sword. Forgot about this. Test 6 includes Jared Leto, Pedro Pascal, Linda Carter, Joe Rogan, and Keanu Reeves. Yep. It'd be so cool. Here's the thing with voice actors, too. Voice actors should be chosen based on their ability to voice act. You shouldn't hire an actor to be a voice actor, if that makes sense. Like, and obviously there's actors are voice actors are actors. But there's a certain skill that it takes to be a visual actor, and there's a certain skill that it takes to be a voice actor. And some people don't always have all that. You know? He was Reed Richards? Wait, there's a new Fantastic Four movie? Yeah, dude. The new Fantastic Four movie that's gonna come out in like a month. And he's Reed Richards in it. Timothy, oh no. Timothy Wonka was surreal and not in the way Wonka is supposed to be. That movie, me and my friend considered seeing that movie because it looked like it was going to be such shit. Oh, Jack Black is Jigalag, yeah. I need to see that. I will accept Danny DeVito as Sanguine, though. Yeah, that would work, actually. Well, yeah, Sean Bean can do both. He's proven that he can do both. Time and time again. He's just got that voice for it. Wait, what? Did I not clear out all the trolls? I gotta check my phone really quick. My friend and I are going out later. I gotta see if he's texted me. Okay. Oh. Well, he just told me that we're not actually going to go out, so I guess I've got more time. Oh yeah, Mark Hamill definitely could do both. It'd be cool if Sanguine shifted forms recently. One cool thing that the Percy Jackson books have with Aphrodite is that she's constantly like shimmering, and then she like shifts to different attractive people every time that you see her, like people that are specifically attractive to the person that she's talking to. Or sorry, yeah, Aphrodite, yeah. But like they could do something similar with like Dibella if they ever introduce the Aedra. I think it's a good concept for like a character like that because obviously attraction is very subjective. Mark Hamill and Wes Johnson should do everything. Honestly, I'd buy a game that was just the two of them. I'd support it. Okay. That's got to be the last one. Or... okay, there we go. Daedric princes should do similar things. Which prince is supposed to be unimaginably beautiful? Their face should literally be like a white or a black sphere or something. Well, I think they could do something like Dibella with that, but Daedric princes could definitely do that as well.
Hi there.
Not bad.
Palovia is a
I would really
lovely
like
seed.
I would really like Daedric princes to have a less less humanoid forms in the next game.
Oh no. You believe trolls killed them?
Michael Go. Or is it Go or Goff?
Who's
What a pity.
What's the news from the...
It's the great Dark Souls debate.
A coin for an old
Maybe
beggar.
hot take, but Mark Hamill isn't a great actor. Well, I think that's part of why he's switched to
coin for an
mostly voice acting roles. Like, I mean, I won't say that he's a bad actor. I do think he gets a lot of shit for Luke Skywalker at some points, but I've always enjoyed his performance as Luke. But yeah, you know, I mean, didn't help that he was in that car accident. Kind of switched over to
Thought I
being a
sent you to
voice
Harlan's
actor
Watch.
for a lot of stuff. But he's a fantastic voice actor, and I don't think he's like a bad actor necessarily.
You're supposed to be helping out the folks at Harlan's Watch. What's the status? Trolls, huh? And drawn in by will-o'-the-wisps? There's some lousy luck for you. Well, here's your payment. Afraid to say, I don't have any more contracts for you. I don't think Azan has any either. You did pretty good work, Meat. You've cleared every contract we've got on the books. That's some good work. You're now promoted to Champion of the Fighters Guild. You outrank me now, so there's certainly no more I can do for you. You might check with an old friend of yours, though. Rumor has it that Orion's looking for you. You didn't hear it from me, though. Good work and good luck. Take care.
Yes, Azura, Mafala, and Nocturnal are baddies. This is true. Dude is all teeth and no mouth. Well, yeah. That's the orc redesign, baby. I hope Wes Johnson comes back for Elder Scrolls 6 to voice Hermaeus Mora and speaks even slower this time. Well, he came back to voice Hermaeus in ESO's Necrom chapter and in the Gold Road chapter, and honestly, I think we were all on stream, we were like, why does he not sound as good? Like, I love Wes Johnson as a voice actor, but his performance in Necrom and the Gold Road was weird, And it was because he was speaking quicker, because I think this is another boardroom decision, I think, for me. They saw people memeing about Hermaeus Mora's slow speech, and they told him to speak faster. And also with ESO in particular for him, what was I gonna say? Oh, he didn't have as much reverb on his voice. They didn't synthesize his voice in the same way, so it sounded weirder.
I'm very happy to make your acquaintance. I used to think you were a hero. To bring them down, I need more information. My sources tell me they're trying to expand, and they've set up camp in Glade Mist Cave. I want you to go there and capture Ajum Kajin, one of their leaders. Bring him back to me. I'd like to spend some time talking to him. Go get him!
Female Sheogorath, as Dareloth mentioned, would be cool. Yeah, the bearded lady, dude. Okay. I think I need to repair my stuff. Female Lorcan, that would be crazy. Oh, people... You know that the misogynists would run out of the woodwork and storm Bethesda if that happened. Oh, I don't know why I said Lorcan. I like the idea. I think it's funny. Sheo could definitely pull off drag, yeah. Drag Queen Sheogorath. I want to see Periite and maybe a Bosmer antagonist next game. Just give them some aura because they're both lacking. Well, I mean, technically Mankar is half Bosmer. And, Tharn in the first game is half Bosmer as well. There's something going on about the half Bosmers. I think a live Lorcan would be wild on its own. I do think Lorcan returning would be cool, because I've always thought it would be a cool plot point for Elder Scrolls 6, since
will not be tolerated.
The Heart of Lorcan gets, like... They don't really know what happens to it after the events of Morrowind. So I think it'd be cool if it, like, returned to sender type thing. Like, came back into Lorcan's body. Or, another cool thing would be, like, Lorcan's body reforming around the heart. It'd be very cool. Sopadol-esque situation.
There. Just warming up, you pathetic worm. Whoa! Ha! Won't you die? Do your worst. Why won't you die? Why won't you? I thought mud crabs more fearsome than you.
67? Heard a theory somewhere that the player is the soul of Lorcan. Yeah. Box of waffles or box of Pop-Tarts? Is a box of waffles a thing? Because if so, I've never had it. So I would say a box of Pop-Tarts. Oh, you just reminded me, I have a box of Cliff Bars. How do you guys feel about Cliff Bars? Do you guys like them, or do you think they taste like sand? There's a fine line. Never heard of them? What are they? They're like a protein energy bar. Eggo waffles come in boxes. I guess count as waffles. Oh. I sometimes like Cliff Bars, yeah.
Watch out! What do you want? Get away from me.
You're coming with me.
Come with you? Not likely.
Oh.
All before me, Breton!
Crazy. Yeah, the chocolate chip Cliff Bars are good.
What do you want? Fine, fine. I'll come with you. My guards are dead. You win for now.
Oh yeah, and he has to follow me. Man, the Fighters Guild has a lot of these kind of... Fighters Guild feels like it was the first thing that the first quest line that Bethesda wrote for this game. Come on, dude. Like, all these following quests? Not very fun. White chocolate macadamia Cliff Bar Gang. Yeah, that's also a very good flavor. Macadamia Cliff Bars. Oh, yeah. Never had a Cliff Bar. They're good. They're pretty good. Morrowind flashback. That's what I mean. Is it feels like some of these quests were made early on in the design process, when they were like utilizing a lot of their old Morrowind stuff. For some reason, the tailing quests feel like they work better in Morrowind, if I'm not mistaken. Are Cliff Bars just granola bars? Kinda. They're like very chunky. Okay, can I fast travel with this dude? Because if not, we're in for some hell. Yeah, it is a very violent babysitting questline. Okay, good. I've never actually played Fighters Guild. Oh, really? It's pretty good. Honestly, it might be the weakest of the four. Which is a shame, because I used to think the Fighters Guild was, like, my favorite when I was younger. Then, of course, I liked the Thieves Guild the most later on. But, the Fighters Guild has some iconic moments, but throughout, I think that it's,
We're making progress.
that it's rough. Thanks for streaming for hours at a time, by the way. Some streams are like an hour, and I can't do stuff in an hour. I get started in an hour. Yeah, I think, I like long streams myself, so when I stream, I usually strap in.
You've got him. Let's talk about Ajum Kajin.
Okay. Sec.
You've brought him back. Good. I want to know the size of their forces and who is leading them. I also want to know the source of their strength. Do what you must to make him talk. If you can smooth talk him, fine. If you need to rough him up, so be it. But don't kill him. We need him to talk. Now, go tell him to sit down. If he tries to get up, I'll kill him myself.
Still better than the companions. Oh yeah, I mean, being the weakest quest line in Oblivion is still being the strongest quest line in Skyrim. So, that's not exactly fair. I do like the Dark Brotherhood and the Thieves Guild in Skyrim.
What do you want?
But
is it time for torture? Ha! Do your worst.
Sit down now.
Fine. You don't scare me, beat me, torture me. I'll never talk to you.
But I do think that the quest line is still good. It's just probably like my least favorite of the quest lines in Oblivion.
I won't talk to you. Never. Do your worst. All right. Oh, I think that will get you something. Perhaps you do understand. Perhaps I can help you a little.
How large is the Blackwood Company?
We are over 100 strong now. We grow by the day.
Someone's doing fireworks, by the way. That's on my end, not yours. Tell me the secret of your strength.
Never. I would rather die. I will tell you nothing.
Who leads the Blackwood Company?
No. I will not betray him. I will not tell you. You will... I shouldn't say anymore. But you have treated me so well. Perhaps I can trust you.
Okay, tell me the secret of your strength.
Never.
Okay, who leads the Blackwood Company?
Forgive me, my master. It is Rizikar. He leads us, and he will have your head. He will kill you all.
Tell me the secret of your strength, dude.
Nothing more. I chose death. Long live the Blackwood Company.
Rest in peace.
We're making progress.
Yep.
Damn. Killed himself. Must have had some sort of magic item we didn't notice. You got some information out of him, which is good. We can use it. Here, take this. It might help you sometime. While the information we got from the Argonian was valuable, we need more. I want you to infiltrate them. See how they work from the inside. I want you to get to Leowen and join the Blackwood Company. Find the secret of their success. You'll be on your own. Steer clear of me and all of your Fighters Guild brothers. It'll be rough going, but you can do it.
Okay.
Good luck.
Well, fellas and lady fellas, this is going to have to be where I finish the stream for tonight, because I have not eaten since I got home. So I'm hungry. I am going to be heading out with my buddy and getting some food. So I will talk to you guys all in the next one, but this has been a very fun stream. And I might do another live stream of Oblivion Remastered before I make the review. But yeah, this was fun. We had a ton of people today, by the way. We had like 100, I think we peaked at 140 people. Like, that's insane. But yeah, so yeah, thanks everybody, and it was good talking with you. I will put a link to the Discord in really quick, just in case anyone wants to join. Invite people, there we go. All right, this will be in chat if anyone would like to join the Discord. We've got fun discussions we have there and whatnot. So peace out, talk to you guys later.